All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, May 1st, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of May 2024. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so that we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Then today we'll be covering all items noted on our May agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment may not be acted upon by the board, but of course, we are always welcome to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members. If there's anyone here wishing to make public comment, please step forward. Let's start in Carson City today. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, let's go here to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment, please step forward, state your name and spell it for the record. Good morning.
Morning.
Please step right up to the microphone there. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Benjamín Navarro. He trabajado en Sunset Station de Kitchen Worker por casi 26 años. Recibí mi retiro la cantidad de $2,586.72 menos impuestos, en un total alrededor de 2,000, por haber trabajado 26 años. He luchado muchos años para tener un retiro justo y digno, lo cual mi compañía no ha respetado mi decisión. Durante la lucha siento que he sido discriminado por mis actividades de unión. He luchado 14 años para tener un contrato justo para mí y mis compañeros. Gracias.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay.
Please.
You want me to spell the name?
Yes, please state his name, spell his name, and then state your name for the record.
Sure. His name is Benjamin Navarro, Benjamin. Last name Navarro, Navarro. My name is Rory Kirkendall. My name is Rory, and then last name is Kuykendall. I'm going to read his statement in English, and then I have a statement as well. So, my name is Benjamin Navarro. I have worked at Sunset Station as a kitchen worker for almost 26 years. I received my retirement, the amount of $2,586.72, minus taxes, a total of just around $2,000 for having worked 26 years. I have fought many years to have a fair and dignified retirement, which my company has not respected our decision. During our fight, I feel that I have been discriminated due to my union activities. I have been fighting 14 years to have a fair contract for myself and my coworkers. I have yours.
Thank you. And if you want to give that statement to the enforcement agent, you may do so.
I'll give it at the end. I'm going to give it with mine as well.
Okay.
That's okay.
Please go ahead.
And then I have a statement as well. Good morning. Again, my name is Rory Kirkendall. I'm from the Culinary Union as well. Workers at Sunset Station casinos voted by 83% to unionize on June 13th, 2019. That was the only official vote the property ever had, and it was overseen by the federal government. Workers voted in a landslide, majority in favor of unionizing. On April 19th, Station casinos withdrew recognition from the Culinary and Bartenders Union as the bargaining representatives at Sunset Station. Just as with Palace and Boulder, we believe it has done so unlawfully. The same day as it withdrew recognition, Station Casinos announced that Sunset Station employees would now enjoy certain enhanced benefits that the company had offered only to non-union employees since January of 2023. The Culinary Union had agreed in December of 2022 that Station Casinos should give the enhanced benefits to unionized workers at Sunset, Green Valley Ranch, and Red Rock Casino. on equal terms as non-union employees. But the company still refuses to do the right thing, and it uses its weaponized benefit discrimination scheme in its union busting campaign. We'd like to submit today for your review the April 19th memo from Jordan Seeger, Sunset Station General Manager, to unionized Sunset Station employees that we believe illustrates the benefit discrimination scheme. An employer violates Section 8A3 of the NLRA if it withdraws benefits from union represented employees that it grants to unrepresented employees if it does so for the purpose of discouraging support for the union. Sunset Stations, its parent casino, or its parent company, Red Rock Resorts Incorporated, and its properties face a series of National Labor Relations Board cases that together constitute one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in history. A U.S. administrative law judge ordered 4 days of hearings starting July 30th in an ongoing unfair labor practice trial over a complaint issued in April 2021. The evidence in the prosecution of station properties is powerful, and the prosecutors have messages and emails written by general managers and executives about the company's mud list of employees at Boulder and Palace. Mr. Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta must appear at the trial since Station Casinos lost its fight to block an order that they testify. We hope that they'll tell the truth. Thank you. And I've attached the reference memo to the documents that I'm going to turn in.
Thank you. You can hand that to the enforcement agent on your left.
Thank you.
Anyone else here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none. Judge, please.
I'd like to just say a few words. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'd like to give a shout out to Nathan Riggle. He is our Chief of Administration. He has done a yeoman's job of helping us to move into our new buildings over by the airport. So I wish he was here, but he'll get the message. A shout out to him for doing an excellent job, and also to Senior Deputy Attorney General Mike Somps. He's been doing tremendous work this month. We've overloaded him with quite a bit of work, and he's been up to the task each and every time. So shout out to you, Mike. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Judge. I also want to take a moment during public comment to recognize the fact that we have been in this building now for approximately 29 years. The Game Control Board moved over here back in 1995. And as the judge said, we just moved into new buildings over closer to the airport. And there's far too many people to thank to make something like that happen. It's like moving an army. As the judge said, Chief Riggle, Deputy Chief Garcia, everyone involved with OCIO, Director Jack Robb from the Department of Administration, everyone here at the Game Control Board. I just can't explain to you how difficult it is to just move across town, but the people who did it here at the board, as well as everyone at the state, made it very easily and seamlessly done. So thank you to everybody who did that. For the time being, as you probably heard, we will continue to have public hearings here for the Nevada Gaming Commission and Nevada Gaming Control Board. We'll continue to be in this room until further notice. We expect in several months that we will be in new buildings for hearings closer to the airport that'll be shared between the Nevada legislature and the executive branch of the state government. So we will keep you posted on that. But we're all very excited. And I'm sure if any of you had difficulties getting up to the second floor today, you will be excited as well as we move into our new offices. So thank you for that. If there's no one else wishing to make public comment this morning, Madam Secretary, we will close our public comment section and move on to our first agenda item.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for April 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had the opportunity to review the disposition. I didn't have any questions or comments. Unless either of my colleagues had questions or comments regarding the disposition, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval of the, well, we approve it, not recommend approval, but I move to approve the disposition from April 2024 meeting.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes, bringing us to non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Barry Diller for finding of suitability as a beneficial owner, controlling beneficial owner, officer, and or director as noted on the agenda.
Good
All
morning.
right, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad,
Secretary Rupert, for the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. Appearing by Zoom ought to be loading up there pretty soon is Mr. Diller, Barry Diller.
Yeah,
And
give us a second on that, Mr. McGinnis. Is he coming online? Perfect, thank you.
I believe that is Andrew Nuss
Okay.
from Walktail Lipton.
Yes, good morning.
And there's, okay. I do not see Mr.
We'll go ahead and wait a minute. The rest of you gentlemen could go ahead and state your appearances for the record while we wait.
Oh, yeah, I can get through that. Yeah. Again,
Okay.
Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my left is John McManus, Chief Legal and Administrative Officer and Secretary for MGM Resorts International. To my right is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President and Legal Counsel. On Zoom, you have Julie Nugent, who's a partner at Fox Rothschild in Atlantic City, who's been involved with Mr. Diller's licensing process. And also Andy Nussbaum from Walktail, Lipton, Rosen, and Katz, who is Mr. Diller's counsel, and he's in New York City.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Is Mr. Diller in the queue? No, don't see him. Okay. Mr. McGinnis, is there someone you'd like to check with to see if he's able to log in?
Yep.
Can you do this,
That's
Mr.
being done.
Madamba?
Yeah, he's doing that right now.
Please. I want to be sure he hears everything, Mr. McGinnis. So if you have anything else preliminarily you want to do, please feel free, but I'd like.
I guess preliminarily, I could just thank the efforts of the agents, Senior Agent Julie Petronzi, Supervisor Eric Kaufman, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, and Chief Carl Hoffman have been very good to work with and very instrumental in working through this process as we from May of 2022 to this agenda appearance.
Thank you for that.
Can we go through the procedural history?
Yeah, what we could do perhaps is what I was planning on doing as a presentation was to provide, because two of the three board members weren't here in 2022 and Mr. Diller first came through. I was going to provide a procedural history about how we got here and how we got to this day. So would it be acceptable? I could go through that.
That's fine with me as long as you believe that he's not going to miss something that we're going to ask questions about.
I don't believe he's going to miss anything.
Okay, go ahead. Please proceed.
Yep. So this all stems back when Mr. Diller first appeared for the board on March 2nd, 2022, as part of licensing for as the agenda item is stated with IAC and for his position with MGM Resorts International. He appeared before the board. Member Watkins was on the board at that time. He received a unanimous recommendation of approval because and there were no areas of concern. On March 7th, subsequent to the board hearing, that's when we were informed that the SEC had instituted an Activision Securities trading investigation concerning the trades that were made with Activision. So the end result that happened with that is we immediately got with GCB staff, Senior Agent Petronzi, Deputy Chief Rippey, and we submitted all the information, copies of all the relevant documents to them in real time, so the board was fully apprised as to the status of this ongoing matter. When the regular March meeting on March 17th, 2022 for the commission came up, Chair Tagliotti because of this intervening event, basically announced that they weren't going to consider Mr. Diller on March 17th, but they were going to table that and have it here at a later agenda, with the idea that GCP Investigations Division would do a deep dive into what has been going on with the SEC. So as that proceeded, we continued to provide additional documentation to the GCP Investigations Division. There was an interview with Mr. Diller that took place in West Hollywood on April 22nd, 2022. And that was an interview with Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Kaufman.
And he's not able, he's just said he's not able to get on Zoom. Can we resend it?
Yeah. He's having trouble with the link.
He's having trouble with the link.
Copy me out. So sorry.
Yeah. Send you the Zoom one.
Just forward it, please. Individually.
Are you able to tell if anybody's trying to get in the queue? He says he's having trouble getting in through the link.
Well, it could be him. He's in a Coca-Cola board meeting, so there may be other names there. So
Why don't you ask him? You said Terry Reed. Yeah,
That's it.
I think that's
I
it.
think that's
Go ahead and let in Terry Reed, and if it's not, then we can rejuggle things.
Hang on, now they can.
Yep, there he is. I see Mr. Diller.
Horrible situation. I apologize tremendously. I'm sorry. For some reason, we did not.
No
have
problem.
the right
Good morning,
protocol.
Mr. Diller. We
Forgive me, I'm
have the
sorry.
name Terry Reed, and so didn't realize that was you to allow your invitation into the meeting. So now we have you. Your counsel is all here and have introduced themselves for the record. And Mr. McGinnis provided a little bit of background, so
Right.
you have not missed anything. If you want them to go over it again, happy to do that.
No.
Great. Well, I do need to, what I was doing, Mr. Diller, is providing a procedural history as to
Okay.
how we got to this place. And I was
All right.
sort of revisiting where things were. So what happened is there was an interview in West Hollywood with the agents, and they interviewed Mr. Diller about this. And this was ultimately then set for the May 22 Nevada Gaming Commission. And at that hearing, Mr. Diller was approved for a limited license. It was a 4-1 vote. It should be noted that the one vote was not a vote against Mr. Diller, but rather it was a vote against the limitation. Commissioner Brown believed that there was not facts that warranted a limitation on Mr. Diller's approval. Even though the other 4 commissioners did vote to limit the license, they all stated on the record that they had no issues with Mr. Diller's background. It was really the investigation, the Activision investigation, that caused them for the limitation. Fast forward, as time has gone on in this 2-year limitation, there's been ongoing discussion with Senior Agent Petronzi and with the Board Investigations Division, providing them with real-time updates as to the developments of the Activision securities trading investigation by the SEC. And we've had a lot of robust discussions over the past few days, clearly as getting ready for this hearing. As I believe you are aware, late yesterday afternoon, we were informed that the SEC staff has closed its Activision securities trading investigation with the recommendation that there be no enforcement action taken against Mr. Diller or Mr. von Furstenberg or either of the entities affiliated with either of them, therefore closing the Activision investigation without an adverse action against Mr. Diller. The DOJ doesn't have a similar closing letter process or a closing process, but in Mr. Diller's counsel's experience, and also the experience we've heard from the other lawyers involved, the DOJ would not take action on its own based on the fact that the SEC investigation, the base level investigation was the concern into Activision, had been closed. Yeah, unlikely to take action. So with that, I thought it would be good then to turn it over to Mr. Diller. And as he is aware, 2 of the 3 board members are different from when he appeared before. So it's an opportunity for him to introduce himself to you, provide a little background of himself, and then he can discuss the Activision developments, and Mr. Nussbaum is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. You did a very good job of laying a record of the procedural history of how we got here, so I appreciate that. Mr. Diller, good morning. As you know, we agreed to allow you to appear via video conferencing this morning because you'd explained that you have a conflict and wasn't able to make it today. Normally, we would have continued these type of items, but because this is a 2-year limitation, that wouldn't be appropriate. And so I agreed to allow you to appear via video conferencing today. Please go ahead and tell us anything you'd like to tell us about yourself.
I do appreciate it, and I am sorry I would have been there, but I am the chair of the Finance Committee of the Coca-Cola Company, and this has been a meeting that is part of the annual meeting process, and I just had to be here. So I'm at least glad that we could work the confusion on the technical out, and happy to address you. I've now been associated with MGM Resorts for, I think, almost 2 years. And my original interest in it was that I learned a good deal about the company, as you can learn from the outside. I came to respect it, and I came to be fascinated by its business and its possibilities. So our company, IAC, made an original investment. I think we're now up to either somewhere at or around 20% of the equity of the company. I'm on the board of directors, and I've participated fully in their affairs for the last couple of years. I'm happy to answer any questions. I would, if it is appropriate, if you would like, I can go through the history, at least from my point of view, the disposition of the issues regarding Activision, though I'm told by my counsel that the really kind of wondrously good timing of yesterday, after, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, certainly more than a year, that they have been investigating this matter, that the SEC told us that they were not proceeding, because in fact, while the timing was very propitious, neither I nor my son Alexander, nor the CEO of Activision participated in any insider knowledge about Activision. We simply thought it was an interesting investment. And that was on a Friday, I think, or Thursday or Friday, and the following Monday, they announced they were being acquired. And as I'd said before, I don't think we forget that we would never do such a thing. I've been involved in corporate affairs and corporations for very many decades, and I've never traded on or ever done anything other than keep insider information inside appropriately. So I wouldn't do this, and if I would do it, I certainly wouldn't do it 3 days before an announced merger. But the question, as I say, is academic. We spent an enormous amount of time cooperating with the SEC, and I think the DOJ as well, to provide them all the materials that they needed. I volunteered to go to Washington and to talk with them for several hours, answering their questions, I suppose satisfactorily. And I think the matter is moot, but it's certainly moot with the SEC. And I think, as we said at the outset of this, that we thought that, yes, given the timing, an investigation would be necessary. I think we acquitted every question possible relative to it. There were no facts of any kind that supported anything that would rise to insider trading. And I hope the matter is disposed of. If there's anything else I can say about it, I'm happy to answer any questions, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Diller. And as you're certainly aware, everything about life is timing. And timing was very fortuitous for you when this opportunity came along. Timing wasn't very fortuitous for you when 2 years ago the board met, and then between the board and the commission meeting, this arose. And then fortuitously, apparently last night or yesterday, the Securities Exchange Commission decided that they were not going to move forward. I had a question for you, Mr. McGinnis or Mr. Nussbaum. Is that a letter that they provided from the SEC?
It's a letter.
Is that something that you can provide, or maybe we've already provided to our investigations division?
Certainly provided.
Okay.
They're separate letters, one to Mr. Diller and one to Mr. Von Beck.
Good. Yeah, and for the record, that's Mr. Madamba speaking. And as you gentlemen are aware, court reporters taking this all down. So yeah, try to stay as close to the microphone as possible. I want to ask several questions about the process and maybe some questions to your attorneys about where we are now, where we go forward, but want to feel free and let my colleagues ask questions too. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Diller?
Good morning, Mr. Diller. I don't have any questions given the closing of the SEC investigations. I don't have any further concern regarding that matter.
Any other questions regarding Mr. Diller's applications?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you sit on a number of boards. Can you talk about how you plan on spending your time as it relates to IAC and MGM?
Well, I do serve on several boards: Coca-Cola Company, MGM, IAC, and Expedia, where our family has significant interests. And I'm able to, I think, acquit myself of my responsibilities on these boards. I actually will be retiring after 20 some odd years, which is one of the reasons why I had to be here in Atlanta today for the Coca-Cola Company. But I plan in July to retire from that board, so I'll have one less responsibility.
Thank you for providing that information, and congratulations on your upcoming retirement. I don't have anything further, Chair.
Judge Assad, questions?
I'll reserve for a later time.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Can I see that letter that you referred to, Mr. Madamba?
We haven't produced it. The GCB has an answer, but we can certainly provide it.
Yeah, can you get it to us before the hearing's over?
Email it
To send it to Carl.
That's fine. So, Mr. Diller, as you're certainly aware, there was a very thorough background investigation that you went through before the hearings in 2022, and all of us board members have gone through that history, as well as Dr. Watkins was there during that hearing. Since that time, your investigation has been updated with new materials, and we've gone through all of that as well. I certainly had no question about your business acumen, your experience, and now, as you mentioned, you've had 2 years of being involved in the Nevada gaming industry with the MGM, so appreciate that, appreciate all of your experience. I did want to ask, your attorneys have mentioned that the SEC matter is now closed and the DOJ matter probably will not proceed. I'm guessing, Mr. Nussbaum, you would be the best to ask this question. What I'm interested in is how does the DOJ deal with parallel potential investigative tracks?
So thank you. It's Andy Nussbaum speaking for the court reporter. In the normal course, the DOJ and the SEC work very much hand in hand.
Mr. Nussbaum, we're having a hard time hearing you. If you can turn up your volume or get a little closer.
Is this any better?
That's a little bit better.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've got the volume.
That's all right.
In the normal course, the SEC and the DOJ would proceed in parallel in an investigation like this, where the question involves securities trading and potential civil or other liability. So there's been full cooperation, we believe, between the two agencies and full sharing of information with both by Mr. Diller. In our experience, it's extremely rare. In fact, I'm not sure we can think of a circumstance where the DOJ has continued to work on something when the SEC has concluded that there's no basis for any sort of civil action. But the DOJ does not have a process of providing formal notice that its review has concluded. The SEC does have a formal such process, and that is the letter that we received on Mr. Diller's behalf yesterday evening.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Nussbaum. I do understand that it's been important that throughout this process, Mr. Diller, all of his counsel here, the MGM, have been very cooperative with any questions our investigators have had. So want to thank you all for that. The updates we've been receiving have been exemplary, and that does not go unnoticed when we're looking into something like this. Mr. Diller, as I'm sure you would understand, as you sat here 2 years ago in front of our Nevada Gaming Commission, that it's extremely important for the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission to be sure that what we do is let the most viable and qualified people be involved in Nevada's gaming industry. As I stated earlier, your business acumen, your experience certainly qualified, but there was an unknown. And I have gone back and listened to the transcripts of the commission and certainly agreed with them that it did not besmirch you in any way. It did not question your character. It was simply an unknown that we gave a limited license. That is, the commission gave a limited license. That is not out of the ordinary. That's something that we do. It was explained that we have what we call here in Nevada front loading of the industry. Unlike many other jurisdictions where you get a license for a certain amount of time, in the state of Nevada, once you get a license, you keep that license as long as you're in good standing, potentially for the rest of your life. And in other states, you would have to go back to them. So a limited license simply allows the Nevada Game Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission a chance to have you come back as an applicant. And your attorneys, I'm sure, have explained to you the difference between being an applicant and a licensee. Again, I watched the transcript, I watched the video of the Nevada Gaming Commission. Everybody to a T said they were not questioning your background and your qualifications. It was simply an unknown. They allowed 2 years to happen, and 2 years to the day we're back here. And again, as I said, timing's everything in life. So congratulate you and your counsel on getting that letter yesterday. As I stated, I went through your background and had no questions about that. So I didn't have any other questions regarding your background. Dr. Watkins asked a very good question about how you're going to split your time and how you'll be involved in the Nevada gaming industry. So I'm very comfortable with that. You have any other questions for us, Mr. Diller?
No, I appreciate coming before you again. And I think that after 2 years, these 2-year time periods, as you say, timing, but actually seems somewhat like forever that we've been going through this, but it seems to have come to a conclusion. And I hope that you will consider that has taken place and that we can proceed.
Thank you. Judge, did you have any other questions?
If I could just interject.
Let me be sure the judge doesn't have questions, Mr. McGinnis.
No question. I just really need to see that letter. And I know there's a 5-year statute of limitations on civil insider trading cases with a 6-year limitation on criminal charges that could be forthcoming. We still have an unknown with respect to the Department of Justice. So I really would like to see that letter first and proceed accordingly. Thank you.
That was what I was reference.
Go ahead, please.
That I sent the letter to Chief Hoffman by email. We sent it to him on a confidential basis. We wanted to treat it confidential, of course.
It'll be printed shortly here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're trying to print that. Is there anything else, Mr. McGinnis, you'd like to add?
Not at this time.
Okay. So we got two options here. How long do you think, Chief Hoffman, we're looking at getting printed copies of that? Perfect. You're going to go run to the printer? Can you run that fast? She can run that fast. Okay, so we'll just hold on a minute.
By the way, I don't care about the confidentiality of that letter. I'm happy for it to be published in the New York Times.
That would have been my guess. I didn't understand why you wouldn't want to shout it from the rooftop.
Yes,
Mr.
having had,
McGinnis.
a lot of media speculation about this, which I'm sure the denouement of this, the conclusion, this will be printed on page 42, whereas the original noise about this was on page 1.
That is usually the way.
Yes.
Mr. McGinnis, you stated that there was two letters, one to Mr. von Furstenberg and one to Mr. Diller. Are you aware if there was one to Mr. Geffen?
I'm not aware of
I
that.
am aware that there was one to Mr. Geffen, and there was also one to Mr. Kotick, who was the CEO of Activision at the time.
You believe those all went out yesterday?
I saw actually, I just happened to see Mr. Kotick, and he showed me in his iPhone the letter that he had been sent.
Good. Thank you for putting that on the record. So 4 separate letters to your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll wait another minute here. Does it look like it's printing, Chief? Okay. We have a little bit of a technological challenge here in this building. There is very little resources left in our building here. All right, this will be marked as confidential, but I believe Mr. Diller said it's certainly his prerogative, but I'm guessing that he will want to, as he said, give it to any media outlet who's interested in it. But that's your prerogative. We will treat it as confidential until such time as it's made public. Mr. McGinnis, you're aware of the quotation from the Securities Act release number 5301 that's quoted in this letter? Because you asked for this to be confidential, I'm not going to state it, but I want you and your counsel or Mr. Nussbaum to explain the ramifications of that quotation.
We'll defer to Mr. Nussbaum.
Yeah, that's just a requirement effectively of the statute. Since there isn't an official judicial proceeding that took place, there's not a specific finding akin to a verdict or an outcome. But the letter does reflect that the staff of the commission has concluded its work and is not recommending any additional action. And in our experience, that is the end of the matter from the SEC's point of view.
And again, I want to quote this at release number 5310. I might have misstated that without getting too deep into the letter because we're treating this as confidential. Mr. Nussbaum, in your experience with these, have you seen similar letters, and is that standard language when the SEC issues such a letter?
Entirely standard language. The letter itself is an entirely standard letter when the SEC has concluded its investigation and isn't recommending any additional action.
Okay, thank you for that. Judge, did you have questions?
I take a little different interpretation of this letter. It's not closed. It's closed as of this date, but it's ongoing with the SEC and the DOJ.
Mr. Nussbaum, would you like to
I don't
respond to
believe the
that?
investigation is ongoing. I would respectfully disagree with that. The letter, consistent, frankly, with the chronological history here, which is that since September 2022, neither we nor Mr. Diller have had any additional requests for information or interviews, either from the DOJ or from the SEC. We believe is a firm evidence that the SEC's review of the matter has concluded. They have the statutory right to reopen it, but there's no basis on which they would do it absent information that they did not receive as part of the 2 years they've spent looking at this matter.
Anything else, Judge?
I guess, Mr. Nussbaum, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I don't interpret it that way. The DOJ case is still ongoing. This letter indicates that nothing is precluding the SEC from further investigation.
Just to be clear, there is no DOJ case, respectfully. There is a DOJ investigation.
Well, if you want to argue about semantics, we can. It's an investigation on a potential case for insider trading. Is it not?
It's an
Is that correct?
I don't think that that's correct, since no specific charges have been raised by the DOJ. They've been reviewing the
No
facts.
charges have been filed. That's correct. But it's an ongoing investigation on a potential pending case for insider trading. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
I agree with that statement, yes.
Dr. Watkins, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further from me, Chairman.
Good. Mr. McGinnis, anything else?
Nothing further from us.
Okay. As I stated earlier, Mr. Diller, all of your counsel have been very forthcoming and cooperating with the Nevada Game Control Board. I would expect that if you are licensed by the Gaming Commission going forward, that cooperation would continue. I believe some jurisdictions have maybe put a 48-hour requirement upon you. I would say that that's just a requirement of any licensee in Nevada, and maybe a heightened requirement on you regarding this particular matter. So I would ask for you to confirm on the record if anything happens pro or con in the future regarding this particular matter, Mr. Diller. I assume you and your counsel would immediately get in contact with the Nevada Game Control Board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I would also expect that if indeed, as you move forward through this process, that the Nevada Gaming Commission gave you a license without a limitation, that if somewhere, and I am not saying that this may happen or not, I believe what you're saying is that this matter is not going forward, but if indeed it did go forward, I would expect that you would stand in front of the Game Control Board and the Gaming Commission hat in hand, and you would pretty much do whatever the Gaming Commission expected you to do at that time, understanding your procedural due process rights. And if I need to explain that better, here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you would come to us and say, I didn't expect this to happen, but it did. And here's what I would like to do to make things right to the state of Nevada and Nevada gaming industry. Does that make sense?
Yes, completely.
Perfect. Appreciate it, sir. I would then entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 1.
Before we get to that, I think I'd like to ask Mr. Diller. Thanks for being here, Mr. Diller. I'm sorry you're not here in person, but appreciate you appearing through the video. Would you like to release this letter to clear up any ambiguity?
Oh, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Actually,
because clearly
in
the letter,
I've not thought of this actually before this, but I will, after this call, I definitely will do so. Most prominent.
Because right here it states that this letter states in part that the notice, this must in no way be construed as indicating that the party has been exonerated or that no action may ultimately result from the staff's investigation. That's what I was referring to earlier. So my motion would be for a 3-year limited license. Refer it back to staff so our staff can conclude their investigation and clear up any potential ambiguities.
Let me go through a housekeeping matter first. Mr. McGinnis, based on Mr. Diller's comment that he does not need to keep this as confidential, are we now free to not have this as a confidential exhibit?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Nussbaum.
Yeah, refer to
Mr. Nussbaum. Can you answer that question?
Yes.
Yes, in meaning you can answer the question, or yes, meaning this is no longer a confidential exhibit for today's hearing?
I believe that Mr. Diller has permitted the disclosure and therefore it does not need to be treated as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you very much. So housekeeping matter wise, this exhibit is no longer confidential. Motion wise, the judge has made a motion for approval with a 3-year limitation. Is there discussion, Dr. Watkins?
Yes, at this moment, I don't think the limitation is necessary. And if I can directly quote from the letter, it provides that we have concluded the investigation as to your clients, Barry Diller and the Arrow 1999 Trust. So from my perspective, given that language, the investigation is concluded, and I believe it was the investigation on which the commission based their limitation in the initial instance.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. For me, I would agree based on counsel, Mr. Nussbaum's experience and him stating that this is a standard letter when a matter is closed, albeit the kind of disclamatory statement from the release number 5310. I also believe this matter is closed. I also take Mr. Diller for his word that he said nothing ever happened. The fact that he got this letter before we had our meeting today, I appreciate the timing of that as well. Had we got this letter tomorrow, would have been a different story, but having it today, understanding the matter's closed, understanding Mr. Nussbaum saying that the DOJ does not issue such letters, I am in a position that I would be willing to move forward as a recommendation without a limitation. Mr. Diller has already stated that he and his counsel will keep the Nevada Game Control Board apprised immediately of anything that happens pro or con regarding this matter. And he's also stated that if the day comes that things don't go his way regarding this particular matter, that he would be coming in front of the Gaming Commission and asking for forgiveness at that point and dealing with whatever ramifications may come. So I am in agreement that a limitation at this time, after a 2-year limitation, is no longer necessary. I would be willing to move forward with no limitation recommendation.
Chairman, if I can insert
Please.
really quickly to ask the judge, would he be open to a condition rather than a limitation?
Judge?
Yeah, what kind of condition?
A condition requiring reporting.
Well, he has an ongoing obligation to report anyways, correct?
Correct, he does.
So, I mean, that's,
He doesn't have a specific legal obligation regarding this exact matter. He would have a responsibility as any licensee, and his counsel have responsibility. It's under NGC Regulation 10, but a condition on his license stating what he has to do would be something additional to any statute or regulation.
So a 48-hour notification to the Gaming Control Board if he receives a indication or notice from the SEC or the DOJ that they're wanting more documentation, emails, phone records, etc., or if they're proceeding with a opening of a case, either civil or criminal, I would be open to that.
And Mr. Somps, if you don't mind clarifying what an added condition might do in comparison to licensees' ongoing obligation to uphold our policy standards.
Yeah, Member Watkins, if you craft a condition, it will be specific to this matter and require him to report anything that occurs as a result of this investigation. Otherwise, there won't be any regulation that you point to that will require to report these matters.
Okay, thank you. And so we do have, I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, were you going to say something else? I do have a proposed condition. Judge, would you like me to?
I have it. It's the same one here, right?
Let me clean up some housekeeping matters. We have a motion pending. Judge, do you want to withdraw that motion?
I'll modify it. I'll say that I would recommend approval to the Gaming Commission for a license with the following condition: that these approvals are conditioned on Mr. Diller notifying the Nevada Gaming Control Board Investigations Division within 48 hours and in writing of any material updates or inquiries by the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission regarding the investigation of Mr. Diller's stock purchase of Activision.
Mr. McGinnis, do you understand that proposed condition?
Yes, I do. And that's in the spirit of what Mr. Diller has been doing with the investigations division since this item came to pass. And the GCB learned about the Activision investigation from Mr. Diller and his counsel. And as things have happened in real time, when I was mentioning that was within the 48 hours, so it's something that has been done to date. Continue that going forward.
Thank you for that. And I agree, there has been cooperation throughout the process since it started until today. Mr. Diller, do you understand this condition? It would basically be saying what you said on the record earlier. If you hear anything pro or con regarding this, you or your counsel will notify the Nevada Game Control Board within 48 hours. You understand and agree with that?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Member Watkins, any questions regarding the motion?
Just a quick comment that I believe Mr. Diller and his counsel have been keeping the board apprised of their communications and any significant developments with the SEC and the DOJ up until this point. And I expect that he would continue to do that. And he's already agreed to do that on the record. So I don't know that this condition would be a significant difference for him. And I'm happy to move forward with the condition imposed.
Thank you, and I agree, Dr. Watkins. Anything else, Judge?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. So, Mr. Diller, the Game Commission has a meeting 2 weeks from tomorrow. You can discuss with Chair Tagliati whether or not your appearance is necessary in person. We again recognize that you had another matter to do. As Dr. Watkins said, we congratulate you on your upcoming retirement from the Coca-Cola board, and we're very happy to have you continue to be involved in Nevada's gaming industry, and we expect great things from you and from MGM.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening, and I appreciate the conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Diller. Thank you all, and thank you, counsel. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Entain PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Entain Holdings UK Limited, and for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the applications of Entain Holdings UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a sole shareholder of Entain Marketing UK Limited, Ladbrokes Coral Group Limited, and GBC Holdings USA Inc. It is also the applications of Entain Marketing UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as a sole shareholder of bwin.party USA Inc. You also have the applications of Ladbrokes Coral Group Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a sole shareholder of Ladbrokes Holdco Inc. It is also the application of Ladbrokes Holdco Inc. for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a manager and sole member of Ladbrokes Subco LLC and for licensure as a member of Stadium Technology Group LLC. You also have the applications of Ladbrokes Subco LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as a member of Stadium Technology Group. It is also the application of GVC Holdings USA Inc. for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as a member and manager of BetMGM LLC. You also have the application of bwin.party USA Inc. for licensure as an interactive gaming service provider. It is also the applications of BetMGM LLC doing business as Series Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. Finally, you have the applications of Savinder Benz, Simon Zinger, and Robert Wood for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, manager, and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We may have broke a record on that one. Congratulations. Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg, Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain and its subsidiaries. Here with me today from the company are Barry Gibson, the Chair of the Board, Stella David, the Interim CEO, Rob Wood, the CFO, Simon Zinger, the Group General Counsel, and also present but who don't plan to speak today are David Satz, the Independent Director, and Dennis Nylander, the Chair of the Nevada Compliance Committee. And in his individual capacity, we have Sadie Benz, the Chief Product and Technology Officer. We have an affirmative presentation for you today. If acceptable, I would like to begin with an overview and an introduction. I would then turn it to the company to walk through a presentation, and we would then turn to the individual applicants.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. We have distributed a slide deck to you, which we ask to be treated as confidential and not be made part of the public record. Although the reading of the agenda items by the executive secretary was quite long, we really fit into two buckets of applications before you today. The first category of applications are the corporate applications of Entain and its subsidiaries, which last received a license for 3 years in 2021. And the second category are the individual applicants. We have Simon Zinger, who is a first-time applicant, and Rob Wood and Sadie Benz, who are known to the board and to the commission. Turning to the first category of applications, as the board is aware, in 2019, Entain, which was then known as GVC Holdings, received a 2-year limited license. It came back in 2021 and at that time received a 3-year limited license. Based on the comments from the board members and the commissioners at the time, there were 4 primary reasons why there was a limited license in 2021. The first reason was the board's inability for its agents to travel during the investigation due to the pandemic. The second related to a desire to allow the resolution of certain historical matters. The third related to the company's operations in so-called gray markets. And the fourth was to allow the passage of time to see the company operate under its improved compliance and governance processes. We've had the opportunity to appear before the board and the commission several times with the company and its executives over the past few years. And at those times, we have provided interim updates. Based on that, we don't plan to give a comprehensive presentation of Entain anew today. Rather, we would provide an overview of the company and then updates since 2021 to provide the board a view on that. As to the company, we think that you'll see, and we think that you have seen over the past few years, that the company has a greatly improved compliance program and has been involved in many great community involvement efforts. We think for those reasons, it would be appropriate for the board to consider a potential license without a limitation. So with that, I would like to turn it over to the company to begin to walk through the slide deck with you. And we would start with Mr. Gibson, who will come up and speak to you first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Erica. Mr. Chairman, Member Assad, Member Watkins, I'm just listening to the introduction, reminded that it was in 2019, just after that event, when it was a limited license, that I joined the board of what was then called GVC and subsequent names Entain. And the last 5 years have been a time of changing company from top to bottom, inside and outside, and making sure that we absolutely put our customers first, that we look after our legal responsibilities, that we work creative and productively with regulators around the world. Since 2019, we've exited something like 140 different grey markets at a cost, significant cost. These were not illegal, but they were where regulation didn't exist, and we decided we'd only work in regulated markets. 96% of our business comes now from regulated market and 4% comes from regulating markets. So Brazil, for example, is what makes up the lion's share of the 4%. So fundamentally, we are the biggest gambling operator operating in regulated markets. So we've made significant progress. We've been really helped by regulators around the world, and we've made sure that we've kept you and colleague regulators up to date. We've been fortunate to meet with your team of investigators who have been very proactive in visiting our business and understanding the journey that we've been on, and making sure that actually we are genuinely walking the talk and not just talking about it, but actually. Like my namesake, Barry Diller, I'm also expecting to retire. So we announced a couple of weeks ago that I'll be retiring by about the end of September. I'll be nearly 73. I know it's hard to believe. I'm nearly 73. And I've been in business for more years than I care to remember. This is a great company. It took some missteps back in the kind of period before we became Entain. This is a very different company today. And I hope that you'll be able to listen to the presentation of my colleagues who've done all the hard work. I just take kudos standing before you, being able to say yes, we did that, and this is a different company. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. And next we'll have Ms. David come up.
Please. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you today. I appreciate it. First of all, I am new to this. I haven't presented before. I am Stella David, and I am the interim CEO of Entain, which is a job that I have been doing now since mid-December. Prior to doing this job, I have had numerous both executive and non-executive experiences, both in the public and the private sector, and also including in regulatory sectors, including financial and in the alcoholic beverage sector. In the journey that I'm on as the interim CEO, prior to becoming the chair when Barry retires, I'm very focused on making sure that we're executing the strategy of the company in the right way, with the right tone from the top. You're going to see some of my direct reports here today. 3 of them are in the audience, Sati, Rob, and also Simon, who are going to also present. What I want to talk to you a little bit about is some of the values that our company has and why it's so important to us. And so page 7, I think, in the deck is where I actually show what our values are. There are 4 basic pillars of them. I won't go through them in detail, but I think one that really stands out for me for being in front of you today is about doing what is right. And doing what is right is not a set of words, but it's how we put our customers first, how we make sure we have the right level of player protection across the markets we operate in, but also importantly, that we provide an environment where people can be honest and integral and tell the truth and not fear any repercussion for doing that. We also have other elements which are maybe a little bit more commercial, like winning together, but they are all very important values to us. If I go on to the next slide, I talked about tone from the top. Very important. I have been a CEO before. I know how important it is. If the right tone is there, it enables people in the organization to do the right thing. We don't only have a tone, but we have compliance training as mandatory in our organization. We have 4 major modules that every single employee has to go through. If they do not fulfill those modules, they do not have the ability to earn a bonus, which I think is a very good cause and effect for doing the right thing. And if I go into the next slide, it shows our strategy as a company. It's deliberately simple because I believe simple messages are easy to get into an organization's heart and its muscle. We are a leading player in the international, the global betting and gaming sector. We want to provide the best, most rewarding customer experiences. And we have 3 pillars of that strategic growth. And one of the key pillars is the growth in the US. And I'll talk a little bit about our US business, which is in partnership with MGM. And then to enable us, the key elements are 2 things I would pull out: people and culture, absolutely central, and good governance being a key asset to us to make sure we do the right things in the right way. So if I move now on to page 10, I just want to give you a little bit of a snapshot about what Entain is today. We said it's been refocused, and we actually only, as Barry said, operate in regulated and regulating markets, and we have a primary focus on 3 key markets has been our key drivers of performance: the US, the UK, and Brazil. We believe that having the right agenda with the right social network in place is very important to both our people, our culture, and the health of people working in the organization. And then last on this chart is something I just want to pull out in a little bit more detail, that in the US, we have a very strong partnership with MGM. We have a 50-50 joint venture called BetMGM, and that is a key part of our future direction. If we go on to slide 11, it just gives you a little bit of a snapshot of what BetMGM is. We are active in 30 markets. We're in the top 3 for iGaming and online sports betting, and we achieved a net revenue last year of around about 2 billion, and also profitability in H2, which was in line with our guidance. But I think what's more interesting in terms of the way we do things, I'm very proud that the team in BetMGM have achieved a number of different awards in terms of the way they do business, including Best Places to Work, Digital Operator of the Year, etc., etc. If I now move on to the next slide, which is slide 12, I just want to talk a little bit about a business that is here in Las Vegas, which is Stadium Technology Group. It's a business-to-business provider. It was established in 2009, and it is also provides to numerous clients, including MGM. And it's an area where we feel that it's an important part of our contribution to the state in terms of gambling. If we go on to page 13, I have to apologize that we do not have Virginia McDowell with us today. She can't make it, so I'm going to do these slides on her behalf. I'm apologizing because she would do a better job than me, because this is something that has been in her heart and soul with the business for a number of years now. And that's sustainability and compliance. She's a passionate advocate of doing this. She spent a lot of time with people in the organization to make sure that we really are doing things in a sustainable way and in a way that is compliant, do the right things in the right way. The role of the committee is very important. It's a senior committee, it reports to the board, and it meets frequently, and it has meetings, and it connects with people outside the board meetings as well, as I said, with Virginia taking a very active role. And I think there's a few things I would like to just pull out in terms of what we have done on sustainability and compliance. So you move to slide 14. I obviously won't go through this in detail, but we have a detailed set of objectives. We have 4 key pillars of sustainability, including being a leader in player protection, create the environment for everybody to do their best work, positively impacting the communities, and providing a secure and robust platform for people to work with. If you look onto the next slide, which is slide 15, I think these are a few examples of how we try and improve the social impact of our organization. Some of the awards we've got and some of the initiatives that we've taken, both in the area of customer responsibility, community investment, and colleague engagement, is an area that is very close to my heart too. I believe passionately that people who are engaged doing the right thing in the right way are much, much better employees, but they're much happier people as well. And it's about having that balance of health and also performance, which is so important. If you go on to slide 16, well-being and DE&I in the organization is important. We have numerous initiatives, and I've just put a few of them on the slide here. Pride at Entain, Well Me, Women at Entain, and Black professionals at Entain. And I have personally, in my journey with the organization, and particularly now as CEO, contributed to numerous of these events because, again, tone from the top is really important. And then the last thing that I would pull out on my slides is the Entain Foundation. We are present here in the US and are proud of the fact that we've supported numerous different activities, whether it's in the sporting area or whether it's an area where people they find they're in deprived situations. And they're just a few examples of things that we have been focusing in during our journey. So hopefully they give you a flavor of the style of organization we are and we want to continue to be. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. David.
All right, next we'll turn it over to Rob Wood.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkin, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. My name's Rob Wood. I'm the CFO and Deputy CEO Entain. Just 2 slides from me today. First is on page 20 of your pack. This pulls out some key financial highlights based on the calendar year 2023. You can see we delivered £5.6 billion of revenue last year. That's around $7 billion. And we converted that to an EBITDA, so a profit measure, around £1 billion or $250 million. You can also see here that our balance sheet is in robust health. Our leverage, so our ratio of net debt to EBITDA is in threes. We have over $1 billion of available cash. And we have no near-term debt maturities as well. And as a result of those robust and strong financial measures, our board saw fit to approve a dividend to shareholders of a little over £100 million for the last financial year. On to the next slide. This slide breaks down our revenue by geography and also by channel mix. A lot of numbers here. If there's just one that I'd like to call out, if you look at the pie chart on the left-hand side, the USA is now 14% of our revenue mix, which is something we're particularly proud of. So from a standing start just a few years ago, the US is now the second largest country for us and the fastest growing. So delighted with the progress that we've made. Look forward to more years of growth. That was all I was planning to say. Very happy to take questions later. And I believe I'm handing over to Simon.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins. My name is Simon Zinger, the Group General Counsel at Entain. I was last presenting to you in February 2023, so thank you for the opportunity to be here again and present to you. I'd like to speak to you about our many governance, regulatory, and compliance improvements and successes since our last licensing process in 2021, and how Entain has evolved and continues to make progress with its revised principles, policies, and practices. My presentation will start on slide 23 of the slide pack. As you heard from my colleagues this morning, we have been and continue to be in a process of continuous improvement, transforming and enhancing the company's governance and compliance efforts, and aiming to go above and beyond where we can. On this slide 23, you can see key areas of improvement since 2021, all planned and executed in a very purposeful manner and always strongly supported, encouraged, and embraced by the company and by the board. We begin with people and teams, transforming our teams with people who have the talent and the skills to make a positive impact, and leading them as part of a collaborative and collegiate global team that works to the highest standards. Underpinning our team are clear strategies, KPIs, and ways of working, which all support the company's wider strategy. We also focus on continuing to refine, enhance, and centralize our compliance framework, including investing in ethics and in compliance, and AML, which I will touch on in a moment. We are using more technology to support our work. We are increasing second-line defenses with assurance teams inside the function. We are continuously improving risk management oversight and practices with regular workshops, dashboards, risk assessments. And we are enhancing our own team's engagement and satisfaction by offering initiatives around pro bono, DE&I, while emphasizing wellness and professional development to all our team members. The next slide, 24, shows our wider governance framework. You can see the many vital areas on the left side of the page that fall under the remit of the Sustainability and Compliance Committee, which Ms. David touched on earlier. It's a committee that my team and I interact with on a regular basis. Slide 25 shows you the leaders of my global team. You can see that we cover a diverse range of areas. I've highlighted some of the key people on the slide who have been working very actively on the areas in this presentation. Slides 26 to 29 show a chronology of key improvements and successes since 2021 across people, governance, process, procedure, and many other areas. You can see how active we are. I won't cover all of the detail, but I would highlight that this is only a high-level overview and that there is more work planned in 2014 and beyond. I will touch on some of 2024 and beyond. I will touch on some of these areas as we move through the presentation. If we move forward to slide 30, we focus on regulatory compliance. This references our central team, which manages and oversees our licenses, interacts with gambling regulators, and sets standards for consistency and best practices across the group. We also have specialized local licensing teams in certain countries, but we all work closely together. Our central team is growing in numbers and continues to adopt best practices, such as aiming to achieve an ISO standard for compliance systems. Slide 31 focuses on ethics and compliance. This is an area of compliance that is outside the licensing and gambling regulation area that was not presented by the company to you in 2021, but an area that we have grown significantly, is critical to our progress, and was examined extensively as part of the Deferred Prosecution Agreement, the DPA, resolution and approval process, which I will also come to. Slides 32 and 33 relate to the group AML program. This team has had a new leader in place since March 2023, who has organized efforts across three distinct components: the framework of the program itself, better oversight, and better engagement. These efforts drive continuous enhancements, new ways of working, and improved mechanisms for managing risk. You can see on slide 33, we have some key initiatives that are listed there, which the team has been busy with. These are standards and building blocks, and important as we raise the bar and tackle the remedial matters such as the OSTRAC investigation in Australia. Slide 34 touches on payment processing. In payment processing, we continue to strengthen our practices under the framework of a strong group policy and group payments committee, which meets very often. And now with the leadership of a new and experienced head of payments, we are working in a regulated ecosystem where our partners are regulated and we heavily scrutinize them before relationships are formed. Slide 35 gives us an overview of suppliers. With suppliers, we continue to focus on third-party risk in our supply chain by using enhanced due diligence techniques for potentially higher risk suppliers. This is an ongoing area of work for us, and PwC has highlighted some recommendations where we can improve further. In validating our progress across all of these areas, AML, ethics and compliance, payments and suppliers, we come to slide 36, which is the independent review by PwC. This review was undertaken as part of ongoing independent assurance, the second time since 2021 that this was done by Entain with an independent firm. And this was also a commitment made by us in the DPA. I would draw your attention to the statement from PwC at the bottom of the slide, which, if you don't mind, I would like to read into the record. Please. PwC stated, Entain has been investing heavily over many years in the development of its ethics and compliance and anti-money laundering compliance frameworks, and continues to do so, which has resulted in significant progress. Our review has observed many positive elements within Entain's compliance framework and no wholesale gaps. In particular, there has been a strong management commitment to compliance as part of strategy and through a strong tone from the top and the resulting culture. Now, moving to slide 37, we've listed a few litigation and regulatory matters. First, the DPA. The DPA was approved in December 2023. It reflects a chapter in our company's history that is behind us. And with the court approving the DPA to be in the public interest, we saw the court acknowledging Entain's exemplary cooperation, recognizing the wholesale change in senior management, and validating our approach to culture and compliance practices. On slide 38, we mentioned the UK Gambling Commission's assessment. I was actually with you in February 2023 following our settlement to explain the challenges that we encountered. I'm very pleased to be back here to report that our last detailed assessment closed just recently and was very positive. Although we are still awaiting the closing letter for one aspect of that review, all required actions were delivered on time, a reflection of the work across our legal, compliance, technology, operations, customer services teams to meet and exceed relevant UK standards. Slide 39 refers to some of our litigation in Austria and Germany, something that many operators are also managing. And we also mention a claim we have in the Netherlands against former shareholders of business that we purchased there. Slide 40 comes to Australia. In Australia, we are engaged as constructively as possible, not with our gambling regulator, but with the National Financial Intelligence Agency, which is known as OSTRAC, which has started to review practices across the wider gambling industry, moving from assessing land-based casinos in recent years to now looking at how digital operators work within the AML sector. We, as Entain, are cooperating fully while simultaneously undertaking a comprehensive restructuring of our local AML program. We have new AML leadership on the ground in Australia. We have an expanded AML and compliance team. We have new ways of working, new risk assessments, new policies, all supported by input and oversight from external legal experts and our central AML team at Entain. Many of these efforts are described on this slide, number 40. And finally, on slide 41, a Spanish AML matter on a much smaller scale, but it's presented here as another example of us engaging constructively with the regulator, accepting and fixing past deficiencies while uplifting the local program and local standards. On slide 42, I'd like to turn to our commitment to responsible gambling, RG. Ms. David mentioned our sustainability strategy, and RG plays a key factor in that. We've presented to the board before on our various initiatives, such as the ARC technology tool. I now want to supplement what you already know. With slide 42, you can see that we underpin our commitment to player safety by including RG as a group bonus metric, which means that we are all aligned as a company. We've done this in a slightly different way across 2023 and 2024. First, focusing on technology and the international rollout of our technology tools to support RG, and now pivoting to training and more awareness in 2024 across our employee base globally. On slide 43, you see some initiatives put in place by BetMGM. We share our best practices in RG with BetMGM. Many of their successes and initiatives are on this slide. And my final chart, slide 44. This reflects something wider, our commitment to regulated markets, how we work with regulators, and how we comply with our regulations. This is how we describe our efforts and key principles to our employees, leaders in our organization, regulators, and other stakeholders. We operate only in regulating markets. We are committed to being constructive, responsible, helpful, and transparent in our relationship with regulators. We comply with in-market regulations, and we should lead in each of our local markets in relation to player protection and RG. This reflects many of our efforts to date and our path forward. That is the end of our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll hand back to Ms. Ogdenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Zinger. For the record, tell me how you define regulating markets.
Chair Hendrick, regulating markets are markets which haven't yet established a framework for regulation, but they are on the journey. So they are in a legislative process most often, either primary or secondary legislation. And we know that legislation will be forthcoming shortly. Brazil is probably one of the best examples today.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg.
Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
For him.
Yes.
With regard to that, I had a similar question to the chair as far as your definition of regulating markets and what. So, if that's your definition of regulating markets, then what is your definition of gray markets?
Ms. Watkins, so a regulated market would simply not have any regulation, domestic regulation or regional regulation in place to allow operators to comply with local standards or local laws with how they would offer the gambling service. There are still countries like that where Entain would not be present. Other operators might decide to be present. There's really nothing holding them back. But for us, it's a question of risk. It's very much a calculated decision to avoid risk in dealing with markets that don't have the framework or the structure for meaningful regulation that we can follow and comply with.
So that's your definition of gray markets?
Yes.
And so you distinguish between regulated, regulating, and gray markets. And regulating means that they're on their way to regulation.
Yes, Member Watkins. Yeah, so it is clear that we can see the legislature in a regulating market. They are discussing a potential law. They are discussing potential legislation. We typically see a calendar for when that legislation might pass. And for example, with Brazil, we are already in advanced discussions with the individuals who will form the ministry that will oversee gambling as to what the norms, requirements, and standards will be. So we're already preparing for that market to regulate.
And can you remind me how many regulating markets are you in?
Regulating. At the moment, Brazil is by far the biggest one. Austria is regulating, and Finland is regulating.
So only three.
Only three.
No gray markets.
No gray markets.
What happens if these regulating markets don't become regulated?
We Entain would withdraw, and that's a commitment we've actually also made in the DPA that we've agreed to as part of the deferred prosecution agreement. We have a time period that we've agreed to honor our commitment to only operate in regulating markets, to withdraw from markets who don't within a certain time period become regulated markets.
What is that time period?
It's 12 months. So within the next 12 months, we would either ask the Crown Prosecution Service in the UK for an extension, and that's something that we would have to explain and discuss with them and give them the reasons as to why we're asking for the extension. But if we're not allowed the extension, we have 12 months from the time the DPA was agreed, and we'd have to exit the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So it's a firm commitment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you. If there are no other questions for the company, we can turn to the individual applicants.
Can I just ask
Yeah,
one?
please,
Yeah,
Judge.
Mr. Zinger, just one quick comment. You could probably teach a class in international law out at Boyd Law School. Very nice presentation there. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Assad.
Yeah, no problem. And I particularly enjoyed your analysis on regulated, regulating, and gray. So that was spot on as well. Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we turn to the individual applicants, I kind of had some general questions regarding the other company-wide applications. As you stated, Ms. Okerberg, Entain has been in front of us now twice. There was a 2-year limited license, then a 3-year limited license. And I just want to say for the record that I believe Nevada's structure of approving limited licenses in the Entain example is a perfectly reasonable explanation of why it works. It works for the company to be allowed to do business in Nevada, but it also allows protection of Nevada's gaming industry and Nevada's citizens. And I appreciate the cooperation that's gone on. You've been in front of us, as you've said. I've been here about a year and a half, and I've seen cooperation over that year and a half going through all the materials. And prior to my time here, I've seen cooperation. So again, the limited nature of a license, I think perfectly works in this scenario. I did want to ask the payments on the deferred prosecution agreement. Without a doubt, those were eye-opening, to say the least, in terms of what a fine could be. My primary goal is always protection of the state of Nevada, protection of its citizens, protection of Nevada's gaming industry. As a result, I'm not generally the mindset of what you might refer to as piling on, where if something happens in another jurisdiction, Nevada would say, should we fine them? Should we do something to them? Obviously, we have to know what's going on. We expect to be reported. We expect cooperation. But I'm not generally of a mindset of saying that there needs to be a fine. With all that being said, however, I'd like you, Mr. Zinger, or Ms. Okerberg, to explain, kind of go through an analysis for me of how Entain's actions in the foreign resolution of those actions, tell me how that doesn't reflect or tend to discredit, disrepute to Nevada under our revised statutes.
If I could, Chair Hendrick, I
Please.
would like to start, and then perhaps Mr. Zinger could fill in. I think that in this particular case, what the DPA and the resolution shows is actually the company's commitment to resolving issues. It shows not only that they've taken efforts to step outside of the past issues, but that they've taken responsibility for it. In this case, they've taken responsibility for actions that were from 2011 to 2017. They've accepted that, and they've found ways to resolve that in good faith, not only with the actual DPA resolution, but also finding ways to fulfill that throughout their company to assure that doesn't recur in other jurisdictions.
And that's fair. And as you've gone through in your very well-spoken presentation, the remedial measures over the past few years taken by Entain, the change in some hires, executive level and below, the change in culture over the past 5 years that you've been involved in Nevada, I believe is extremely commendable. Without all those affirmative measures, as well as the changes, I would have had a lot more concerns. I don't have those today because I believe that there has been a change. You've told us about responsible gaming. That's extremely important. You've explained to us your ARC program before. I find that fascinating that you're able to track with technology. I also believe that the conversation that you had with Dr. Watkins about gray markets is very important for us. You have represented on the record that you are not involved in gray markets, and if you were, and they became gray, they weren't gray, they became gray, that you made a commitment and you're stating on the record that you would leave that market. So that also gives me more comfort. I didn't have any other questions specifically about that. I did have some questions about the MGM piece of the application and BWin, but we can save those for a little bit later. Questions from board members regarding the applications by the company, and then we'll save other questions for the individuals.
Yes, I have.
Please.
Question, Chair. Can you talk to me about how you've improved oversight of off-platform entities?
So, Member Watkins, I believe you're referring to companies inside the Entain group who are not on the same core technology system. And that has happened historically as a result of acquisitions. So we have the core technology platform, but when we acquire companies, it's not always the best decision to be able to transform them. In fact, it's almost impossible overnight to take a company from one technology stack to another technology stack. So there's a period of integration. There's a period of thinking through whether it makes the most sense in terms of where that local company is regulated, what the local regulator might think about us changing the technology platform, and obviously how that might affect local customers, because that's a big shift. So we have a few companies that have been left with their original tech stack, as opposed to being on the core Entain stack. So that's just a background as to why we have on-platform and off-platform. But
and what percentage or ratio of companies would you say that is that's off-platform?
About 1/3 of the revenue. Yeah. But where I would like to give you comfort is that for us, from a compliance AML perspective, it doesn't matter if a company is on the central tech stack or off the central tech stack. For us, that's a technology issue, and that's a kind of ways of working issue. From a compliance perspective, we have centralized our oversight. We have centralized our training. We interact with the legal governance and compliance teams on a global basis. It doesn't matter where people's tech stacks are. So from the perspective of my team, I'm in charge of the governance team, and that includes all of the companies inside the Entain group. And all of those people are part of the actions, issues, efforts that we undertake as part of the compliance systems.
Okay, so I assume that some of your compliance-related procedures are based on your platform technology. Is that correct?
Yes. So where the difference is on the central technology system, it might be slightly easier for our team to be able to receive data or view data. Historically, we know that at the click of a button how some of those systems work. What we've had to do with newer companies that have come into the group, sorry, as part of the integration system, was to understand how our compliance team can access those systems. But we're doing that today. So whether we can do it automatically in an automated fashion, or we rely on people to do it for us in a manual way, we're still able to achieve it.
And is that taking a lot of resources to have to manually do those things?
Yes.
I mean, a third is a significant amount.
It's not a significant amount. It is slightly more challenging. We do have to devote more resources, and we have hired more people into the central team just to ensure that additional and extra oversight on the subsidiaries. AML is a great example of that. So we've grown tremendously in the AML space, and we've actually hired people whose job it is to look after the subsidiaries, ensure that there's assurance, and actually test the subsidiaries' compliance before we get questions from regulators about that. So we have heavily staffed up that central team to look after everybody else. And we've also brought people in who basically go around verifying and testing and providing assurance including on those kinds of subsidiaries. Because we know it's a potential weakness, we are making more effort and looking at in that direction.
So you're confident moving forward that your oversight of these off-platform entities is, going to improve, and that there won't be at least significant violations as it relates to those companies' compliance violations?
Yes, Member Watkins. So we are improving. We know that, for example, Australia is one example where we have an off-platform company. It's not necessarily an issue about the platform, it's more about local AML practices. That's another example that's close to what you're saying in terms of knowing that there are certain places that are distant from the group or the center where we have to make more of an effort, do more work, bring people closer to our ways of working. And that's exactly what we're focusing on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Judge, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions. I just want to commend you and Entain for doing an outstanding job of cleaning up your act. I want to commend Ms. Okerberg for notifying the board immediately of the non-prosecutorial agreement with the UK and the whole situation with Turkey. And I'm convinced with the new board and new leadership and the presentation here today that you're on the right track. And I'm happy to support this application.
Ms. Okerberg, I wanted to ask about the BWIN parties application. Who would be the best person to direct that to?
I think that probably will be Mr. Zinger.
Okay, good. My question is, what are you planning on doing with a interactive gaming service provider license in the future? Do you have plans?
Sure, Hendrik, no, we don't have any plans. I understand that's a license that we've had on the books for a period of time, and there are no plans at the moment to use that license.
Is that license or that technology being used in other jurisdictions, specifically regarding poker, not online gaming?
Technology similar to it is being used. It is probably being used in a different way than it was originally envisioned. I think the question as to whether something could be or may be offered in Nevada is a ways off, and I think in our thinking. So it's not being thought about at the moment.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. And Mr. Shear, I assume you're here on behalf of BetMGM, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Shear, is there anything that you need to put on the record regarding the application for BetMGM on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Assad, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, for the record, Scott Shear of Brownstein Barber Schreck, appearing for BetMGM. This is simply a cleanup matter. It was brought to our attention that the BetMGM license at Series might be subject to the limitation, and therefore we should file an application to renew that license to avoid any unforeseen or unintended consequences of the prior limitation.
Thank you. So it's a matter of timing, and you don't have any concerns that you need to address with us regarding BetMGM at this time or series?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you for putting that on the record, Mr. Shear.
Thank you.
I think, Ms. Okerberg, we are ready to begin with the individual applications.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because he's up here, I think I'd ask Mr. Zinger to start.
Great.
He's a first-time applicant, so we'll have him give a background as well as his job duties and responsibilities.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself again for the record, Mr. Zinger, and tell us a little bit about yourself and your responsibilities.
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. My name is Simon Zinger. I'm the Group General Counsel at Entain. I oversee the governance function at Entain. I've been with the company for 3.5 years. I'm in my expanded role as in overseeing more of the governance function that includes risk, that includes some of the assurance teams, that includes health and safety, and I'm doing that since June of 2023.
Anything else you'd like to tell us about? You've obviously been in front of us before, and as the judge said, you did a very great explanation of where you are in the gray markets and everything else and your responsibilities. I just wanted to commend you on what you've done and the areas of the company you've taken over. You obviously spent also a long time with Dentsu, correct?
Yes.
And did that on 2 separate occasions. tell me in your honest opinion, when you decided to come over to Entain at a time that isn't in the time we sit in today, what concerns did you have about the company when you came over to Entain?
Chair Hendrick, thank you for the question. I saw Entain as a very interesting opportunity. I'm someone who has always enjoyed working in the compliance space. I've worked across contentious matters, so litigation, M&A, commercial. I've worked across several different industries, some more regulated, some less regulated. But this was new to me. This was a new opportunity for me to join what I thought was a very interesting, a very fast-growing, a very quickly evolving regulatory landscape that professionally I thought would be a first for myself. And specifically in relation to Entain, I saw that as an interesting, I think, professional challenge, an intellectual challenge. And I did find that, to be honest. I found that we did have to undertake quite a lot of work in terms of shifting how the team worked, how the team was made up, what the team's objectives were, I think how people worked and what the standards were. And again, I found that very fulfilling as the GC to be able to do that kind of work. What was great about Entain compared to some of the previous roles I've had in previous companies, and Ms. David alluded to it, was the culture. I found that Entain, I found people who were very collaborative, people who wanted to do the right thing, but perhaps we're missing a framework for doing the right thing, and perhaps we're missing the ways of working. And the right behaviors for moving ahead and to what they wanted the company to achieve in the future. So from a professional perspective, I think it's been the most interesting, enjoyable 3.5 years of my career. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I'm admitted to the bar in California, in DC, and in the UK. This has been just a tremendous experience.
Great, thank you. Member Watkins, you have questions for Mr. Zinger?
Just comments. Thank you for your presentation here today and for answering my questions very directly and thoroughly. I truly appreciate that. And I think you have probably been a large part of the success over the last few years in improving the compliance and other efforts at Entain. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, Member Watkins. Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just congratulations again. Nice to see you again. And your resume is very impressive. And I'm sure, as Dr. Watkins said, that's most of the reason why this company's been able to turn around. So kudos to you. Appreciate your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg, who's next?
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Wood to come back up and tell you about his background now.
Great.
He has appeared before, of course, so this will just be an update for the record.
Great. Mr. Wood, please introduce yourself again for the record. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Although you've been in front of us before, tell us what your current role is.
Sure, very happy to. So I'm Rob Wood, I'm the CFO, Deputy CEO of Entain. First joined part of the group around 12 years ago. Just briefly prior to that, I spent 5 years working for an American private equity firm called Cerberus. Before that, I was at a European bank, Rothschild, and my first graduate role was with KPMG in London. Just coming back to Entain, first half roughly of my tenure at Entain, I was the CFO of the retail business, which for us means the betting shops. Mostly UK, but also across Europe. And then the second half, I've been the CFO of the whole group, the whole of Entain. I'm also a member of the executive committee. I sit on the board of directors of Entain. I'm also on the board of BetMGM. And I also sit on BetMGM's audit committee and its compensation committee. So I've got a broad remit, but my primary accountability is really leading the finance function at Entain. And that includes all the usual financial disciplines you'd expect: accounting, reporting, tax, treasury, investor relations, M&A, procurement, that sort of thing.
Thank you for that. As you stated, you've had an evolving and kind of a changing role with the company. Mr. Zinger mentioned the culture of the company. How would you say the culture of the company has changed during your time when you started to today?
Yeah, great question. And just to step back for a moment, it's worth reflecting on the company that we are today is actually the amalgamation of 7, 8, 9 different pieces that have all come together. So culture has constantly evolved. When I first was involved 12 years ago, I joined a company called Gala Coral. Gala Coral was a UK-centered, complete different organization to what we are today, which is much more international. We then merged it with Labrooks, which brought some more international territories, for example, Australia. And then GVC acquired Labrooks Coral back in 2018, and that's when we went true international. In terms of culture since then, as you've heard from these presentations, online gaming, there's a lot of practices that we've sought to change. In particular, over the last 5 years, you've seen the journey that Entain's been on. I'd say the culture today is completely different to 5 years ago, and in particular on the subject of sustainability and approach to regulation. The tone from the top is chalk and cheese versus what we were 5 years ago.
Great. Member Watkins, you have questions or comments?
No, I agree. That was a good question from the chair about how the culture has changed. And your answer was insightful. So thank you. I don't have questions or concerns regarding your background, and congratulations on your career success.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Congratulations. I'm happy to support your application. Tell me a little bit about the University of Nottingham. I'm not familiar with that institution.
Yeah, I get asked that a lot.
I mean, I've heard of Oxford and, but.
Yeah, I do get asked that a lot. My academic record suggests I could have gone to Oxford or Cambridge, but actually I fell in love with Nottingham University when I went up there. It's a different style of university, a campus university where everybody's on site. And it was a great mix of quality academics, but a great social scene as well. And I wanted to enjoy myself at university.
Great. Good to know. Thank you.
Great. I'm also happy to support your application. It's good to see you again, and glad to see that you're helping run the company in the right direction. Ms. Okerberg.
Last but not least, I would like to ask Sadie Benz to come up. You haven't seen him yet today, although he has previously appeared before the board and commission. He is the Chief Product and Technology Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Benz.
Hi, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. Good morning. My name is Sadie Benz, for the record. I joined Entain January 2023, just over a year ago, as Chief Product and Technology Officer. Since then, in June of last year, I joined the BetMGM board. So a bit about myself. I grew up in the UK. I did a computer science undergraduate, so I was one of these technology nerds for a very long time. And then I joined McKinsey, where I spent 20 years at McKinsey & Company, going around the world helping clients become more digital. And then I moved to the US, worked on Wall Street as well for a while. After leaving McKinsey, I joined William Hill, and that's where I first came here in 2021. And since then, I've switched camps, joined Entain, where I lead product and technology. So effectively means I run all the systems for Entain, all the data centers, the cybersecurity, the operations, and also be part of the team that designs the product for our customers, both from a retail perspective and from a digital perspective. And I work closely with Simon's team to make sure that our systems comply with the policies.
How's this role different from your role at William Hill?
I think Entain's just a much bigger and complicated animal. So the scale and the size is very different than William Hill.
How would you say you juxtapose your responsibility for new products and development with your responsibility for cybersecurity and infrastructure? Sometimes those two don't really meet.
Yes. Yeah. So the way we handle it, or I handle it at Entain, is we have dedicated people for both. So we don't try and mix those two pieces of the technology. We have dedicated teams taking care of cyber and infrastructure, And those programs typically run at a bit of a slower pace because there's more complication and more moving parts. And the product side of the organization has a much quicker heartbeat, but with a different set of talent. So we basically operate in like a two-speed model for product velocity versus underlying infrastructure and cyber compliance.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you try to silo those off and understand there is different time frames and different responsibilities. So glad you're aware of that and overseeing it. Member Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Benz?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Benz. Just one quick question. In your role at leading products and technology, how have you helped to advance the compliance of the organization?
Yeah, great question. So actually, just before I got to Entain, we had also separated out a compliance technology team, separate from all the rest of the teams, so that we, working with Simon's team, had a dedicated compliance team for technology and product. And we've continued to evolve that over the last year. So Simon and I meet monthly to make sure that we're aligned on the priorities that Simon has, and we can support all the things that Simon's trying to achieve through technology where possible. We have a great working relationship with our teams on that committee, and that's how we make all our decisions to make sure that we're doing the right things at the right time for Simon.
What's the size of that team?
The size of the team on compliance is around 120 people.
Okay.
And they're dedicated 100% to Simon's needs. There's people around that.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
They're dedicated to Simon's efforts.
Oh, okay.
And then we have a number of additional teams that sometimes are needed to help with our compliance systems.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Saad. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Congratulations. Not many people can say they have an MBA from Morton School of Business, so kudos for that. And you've been licensed by the Gaming Commission before. You've been licensed in several other jurisdictions. So you have a very impressive resume, and I'm very happy to support this application and you personally. The only question I have briefly is on cybersecurity. There's been a lot of news lately about companies' need to beef it up and prevent it, and if they've been attacked, what they can do after the fact. What does your plan with Entain project as far as preventative, and then after, God forbid, should you be attacked through some kind of cyber outfit in Timbuktu somewhere?
Yeah, great question. So I think in terms of our cyber program, I think what we're focusing on is the technology underpinning. So having as many lines of defenses as we can. Our approach is not going to be a one-size-fits-all defense mechanism. So we've put that in place, and we continue to refine that and get external audits to make sure that we are the best we can be. Laid on top of that is the social part of it. So social engineering is one vector that attackers use to get in, so talk to people, get passwords. So we're beefing that up this year particularly. And then we have a number of external retained companies. In the event of an attack, we can lean on the expertise of other people who have been through this experiences before and can help and advise us to do the right thing at the right time should we be attacked.
Would that be CrowdStrike, Okta, Palo Alto Network, somebody like that?
We've got all three of those, yes.
All three? Wow, that's quite a layer of protection. Great. And what about the attacks we had here locally? I think some of that involved employee malfeasance or negligence. Do you train your employees not to fall prey to some joker on the phone who says, I lost my password, and can you give me a new password, and then they're into your system?
Exactly. So we have education, training, and all three modules for that, as well as training all our support staff on possible ways that people can try and get information they shouldn't be getting from us.
Very well. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Benz. Based on your education, your business background, and the thorough job that our agents did investigating you, happy to support your applications today. Thank you. Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. If I could, I would like to make a few very brief concluding remarks.
Please.
As I think you've heard today from the company presentation, the company has an exemplary compliance program that's built to improve and evolve over time. The leadership is very well respected, honest, and highly qualified. The company continues to be lauded for its efforts in areas such as responsible gaming and community involvement. For these reasons, we would respectfully request that the board recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission. And as an administrative matter, I would note for the sake of the record that we have reviewed draft number 1 of the 5th revised order of registration with the date of April 15th. We do believe that's in proper form. And lastly, I would just like to thank the investigative team for all of their hard work, especially Supervisor Sean Crowley, Special Agent Micah Teepee, Special Agent Jeffson, and Senior Agent Julie Petronzi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg, and thank you for acknowledging that you are fine with draft number 1 dated 4/15/24, the 5th revised order of registration. For myself, I would just say that the presentation was excellent. Where the company's come in the last 5 years has been extraordinary. I think from a business integrity standpoint, many years ago, probably before even coming to Nevada, the company was bailing a little bit of water, but that seems like it's done, and you're now steering the ship in the right course. And I would just encourage you all to stay on that course. And it's making Nevada better, and I'm sure making your company and your employees better. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for those comments, Chair.
Member Watkins, any questions?
No questions. I concur with what the statements that the chair has made. There's been great improvement.
Judge, any questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Gibson. I don't know if you're aware, but 73 is now the new 63. So you might want to reconsider that retirement plan of yours. All right.
Very good.
So with that, I'd be happy to make the motion to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 2 to include the 5th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated 4/15/24.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping here. We're going to take item number 3, and then I'm sure our court reporter needs a break. So for everybody else in the audience, we'll do number 3 and then take a 10-minute break. So anybody else, you're welcome to sneak out right now, unless you want to hear number 3. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Entain PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering. It's also the application of bwin.party USA Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed offering.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, Erica Okerberg appearing on behalf of Entain for the shelf application. If we could, I'd like to incorporate by reference our presentation from the last agenda item, and I will just add a couple of remarks specific to the shelf. The company does comply with Regulation 16.115. Namely, they have 10 million in shareholder equity on the London Stock Exchange, or at least. They also have filed and will continue to file all required reports. They don't have any immediate plans to use the shelf. And we have reviewed draft number 1 of the shelf order dated 4/15, and we believe that is improper.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. You covered just about everything. Draft order number 1, you put on the record the requirements of 16.115 analysis. You explained that they have no current plans for anything. Do you happen to know, there was 2 previous shelves. Do you happen to know if Entain utilized either of those?
On the last shelf, they did use it one time in 2023, which was to help fund the financing of their acquisition of a company called STS, which is the Polish business.
Yeah. And I noticed in our previous agenda item, there has been a significant amount of M&A going on and good for the company. And as you said, there's no plans for this, not that it's required for the shelf offering, but thank you for putting that on the record. And we hope it helps. This is something good that I believe Nevada does to allow the opportunity for companies to be nimble. It would make sense to have to come back and get on a public agenda of the board and then the commission to do that. It would slow down business. So these are perfectly reasonable requests and something that I'm glad the regulations provide for. Member Watkins, did you have any questions?
I don't have any questions or concerns. I'm in support of the application.
Great. Judge, questions, comments?
Thank you. No questions. It's pretty straightforward, just a typical 3-year shelf. So I don't have any concerns or questions.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3, as stated by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the draft order number 1 dated 4/15/24.
Right. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take, it's right at 11 o'clock. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:10. Next.
I'll do the next one.
All right, we're back on the record. And Madam Secretary, I believe we're on non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Excel Entertainment, Inc. for registration as a publicly traded corporation, for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Excel Entertainment LLC, and for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of Excel Entertainment LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for acquisition of control of Century Gaming, Inc., and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Century Gaming, Inc. You also have the applications of Andrew Rubenstein and Carl Peterson for finding suitability and or licensure as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Busy day for you, Ms. Okerberg.
It is indeed. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Excel Entertainment and its subsidiaries. Here with me today from the company are Carl Peterson, the Chair of the Board, Andy Rubenstein, the CEO, Matt Ellis, the CFO, and Derek Harmer, the General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer. Also here, but who don't plan to make any remarks, are the Nevada Compliance Committee members, which includes its chair, Dennis Nylander, Debbie Fuchs, and Dee Robinson. We have an affirmative presentation for you on this item. If acceptable, I will begin with a brief overview, and I would then turn it over to the company for their presentation.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. We have distributed a slide deck for you on this. We ask that that be treated as confidential and not be made part of the public record. We're before you today with applications for the corporate applications of Excel Entertainment and its subsidiaries, which were last licensed in May 2022 for a 2-year period. We also have the applications of 2 individual applicants. Both of those were limited at the time with the company, though as we understand, there were no areas of concern or issues with them individually. They were just limited alongside the corporate applications. Turning to the corporate applications, we have the applications of Excel based on the 2-year limitation. The board and commission determined that a 2-year limitation was appropriate at that time based on a few primary reasons. One of those reasons was to allow the company time to improve its compliance program. One was to resolve material litigation and regulatory matters, and the other was to see changes to the approach for their diligence. As you'll see here today, Excel has done that and more. Excel has worked very hard to improve its compliance procedures, its policies, its compliance program, and the tone from the top. We think that you'll see all of the improvements that have been implemented since the May 2022 hearings, not only to address the specific items that the board and the commission raised, but also to go above and beyond and find additional ways that they can improve and overall change to the quality that is required and expected of a Nevada gaming licensee. With that, I would like to turn it over to the company to walk through their presentation, and we'll start with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Erica. Chair Hendrick, Madam Watkins, Madam Secretary, I'm Member Assad, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm Carl Peterson, the Chair of Excel Entertainment. As Erica said, 2 years ago, we pledged that we would accelerate certain changes in how we operate our company, in particular, to strengthen the areas of regulatory diligence, compliance, and oversight. At that time, I was quite confident. I believe that we had a straightforward set of initiatives that would enable us to deliver on that pledge. And I'm proud and pleased to stand before you today and say that that plan has paid dividends. I have always believed that a strong compliance culture, coupled with diligent oversight and effective regulatory relationships, are critical and necessary foundational elements of any gaming company. And nothing is more important or valuable for us than maintaining that privilege of being a license holder in good standing in each and every one of our jurisdictions. Nothing. Then as now, I speak for the entire board when I state that Excel remains steadfast at all levels of our organization to make every necessary investment to deliver on this commitment and to address any shortcoming on a timely and transparent basis if and when they arise. We're mindful that this effort requires a mindset of continuous improvement and also one of constant. Our board has given management our full support to make sure we exceed your gold standards. It's a challenge we actually like, and that effort will persist. Without getting too deep in the details that Andy and Derek will cover in greater detail, I would like to summarize a few of the key actions that we took since we were here 2 years ago and the actions we put in place and the board's active involvement to really support our plan to double down on compliance since we were here last. First, gotta have a goal, and that goal is to establish a best-in-class compliance program. Erica introduced our, we think, best-in-class compliance committee, a majority of independent directors. I don't think they need any further introduction, but what I'd actually say, which is really impressive about this group, is they have a great rapport, chemistry, and trust for one another. And importantly, they're great stewards of what the right thing to do. So I can confidently say with this group, we are in steady hands with their proven reputation and capability. They work well together. They're great counsel to us. And other changes we've continued to drive, and this is, again, part of continuous improvement, continued to improve our communication and transparency with management on all compliance-related matters. At a minimum, we get quarterly updates from the compliance committee to the full board, but we have a mindset that good news travels fast and bad news travels faster. Our board has reviewed the materials that we use for the UNLV training program for the entire company. We also reviewed multiple drafts and inputted on the compliance plan prior to submission for approval. We also benchmarked how, while the best-in-class companies were using their compliance committee, we eliminated board compliance committee to eliminate the duplicative responsibilities now being handled by that independent committee. And the committee now compliance committee now provides its update to the board's nominating and governance committee, where I sit as chair. And this also has the benefit of leveraging Dee's wisdom and participation, as she is active in both of these committees. I'm a regular observer of these meetings to both gain insight in terms of how the committee's operating and also to help drive accountability and board prioritization following their recommendations, to make sure that we achieve the goal that I first stated. Goals, goals without measurement are often ineffective. So one of the things we did is about a year ago, the board, as Chairman Nylander, to present to the full board on our progress, our achievements year to date, and what else we needed to do to continue to drive that gold standard that you expect of us. So the purpose was really, again, assess where we were, what else needs to be done. I was pleased to say it was a super encouraging update. In fact, during the update, he was asked if there was ever a time that he or the committee made a recommendation that was not fully embraced by the management team and the board. And the answer was no. So I think we have a best-in-class process, and it's working. I believe our collective efforts demonstrate our board and management are fully committed to supporting the company with our goals and exceeding your expectations as an NATA licensee. And I would personally like to thank management, but importantly, Chairman Nylander, Debbie B, for their leadership in this critical effort. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or later, but at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our CEO, Andy Rubenstein, to provide a little bit more detail under the covers of Excel.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Good morning.
Thank you, Carl. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad. I am Andy Rubenstein, President, CEO of Excel Entertainment, as well as the member of the Board of Directors, also founder of the company. So I've been with Excel for 15 years. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to echo a lot of Carl's comments that the board has been fully engaged and supportive of all the management in the board's efforts to enhance our compliance program, to improve the diligence process, resolve the outstanding regulatory and litigation matters. Mr. Harmer will talk more furtherly on how we've really doubled down on compliance as a company, and go that in his presentation. I want to let you know what we've done at Excel since we were last here 2 years ago. If you look at slide 7 in our presentation, we've really made that commitment to you that we're going to be a model licensee. We're going to be a responsible corporate citizen, and we are going to build a better and best-in-class compliance program. And I believe that's been the commitment and the obligation and the follow through that we have done over the last 2 years. If you look on slide 8, that commitment to compliance runs throughout our company. We have revised some of the policies, introduced some new procedures, and where the culture of compliance has always been part of the company, today it is stronger than ever. We have an open door policy. We have whistleblower opportunities, whistleblower hotline, and the see something, say something is always the first message when we come together. The core values of our company of being caring, accountable, respectful, and driven are what drive our partnerships with each other, with our establishment partners, and our regulators. As you think about the whole picture of Excel, it's not just the team members, but our board members have that same commitment. We have built a board that has a strong background in compliance. The outside compliance committee that Carl referenced has been intimately involved in integrating with our company. I observe these meetings, always welcome. We bring items to them that we're not quite sure about. It's a very open dialogue, and their feedback has been super helpful over the last 2 years. Looking at slide number 9, that commitment to compliance has resulted in no pending disciplinary matters, the new policies I talked about, and the enhanced training. We've really spent a lot of time building out different types of training for the entire company on a regular basis, not just one-time training, but it's a continual process of improvement. As the last 2 years continue the history of the company, we continue to grow. We continue to have one of the strongest balance sheets in the industry. We reinvest in our people, in their personal training and development, and reinvest in the communities. We've grown from 3 states when we were here in 22 to today we operate in 10 different states. Our team has grown from 950 employees to 1,350 employees today. As you can see, revenue has grown from 970 million in revenue and 162 million in EBITDA to over 1.2 billion in revenue last year and 181 million dollars in EBITDA. Locally, Century continues to maintain its leadership in this market, continues their growth. We've added to their team, and we see that they will be an important part of the future of Excel as we grow nationwide. Looking in slide 10, just a quick snapshot. Today, at the end of 23, we have over 25,000 gaming terminals at nearly 4,000 different establishments across the United States. The reflection of the relationships that we have with our locations. So we have some of the longest agreements in the industry. That customer, or we call partner engagement, is second to none. And backlog of establishments looking to join the Excel team has continued to be the leading in the industry. As you can see, the revenue continues to grow. And most importantly, as a financial institution, our net debt is one of the lowest in the industry. Moving on to slide 11, that reinvestment in the people means growing our people, growing the team within, promoting the individuals who've excelled with Excel. You've seen how in the last 2 years, we've elevated a lot of people into important positions. really focusing on some of the compliance team. In order to engage with our employees, we've had more town meetings. We've traveled the country to personally engage with the different offices. And personally I've made a commitment to visit with our people in all these different states. The enhanced training related to workplace harassment, ethics, compliance, and cybersecurity, like I said earlier, is not a one-time event. It's a continual process that we expect not just new hires, existing employees to get better as an organization. And not of least importance, but lastly, giving back to the community is something that we do as our core. We operate in small towns, we operate in big cities, all sorts of different organizations. And that commitment to the state of Nevada is played out in the events we did at the Nellis Air Force Base, Global Gaming Women Organization, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. We've really spent the time with these organizations, investing with them, even in volunteering. So I believe that this is the beginning. And as a company, we're young, but I think we've accomplished quite a bit over the last 15 years. The last 2 years has really allowed us to understand what it means to be a national company and be licensed on the biggest stage. And I appreciate your time today, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Okerberg, who's next?
And next, we'll bring up Matt Ellis, the CFO.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Matt Ellis. You'll please turn to page 14 of the presentation. I'll briefly walk through this slide. It represents some of the numbers Mr. Rubenstein discussed earlier. But as you can see, in both Nevada and Montana, our Century markets, we've maintained our presence and actually grown quite a bit. On the Century front, we have integrated them on the back end into our systems, which was a large undertaking, lots of teamwork across all the teams, and very proud of that done, where we're operating as one behind the scenes. You could also see in here that Illinois, another one of our very large markets, does continue to modestly grow. With that, I'll ask you to turn to the next slide. Slide 15 is our balance sheet. Again, echoed earlier, we have one of the strongest balance sheets in the business. I think this is a great way of representing that we take pride in being disciplined stewards of capital. We have one of the lowest leverage ratios in the entire industry, and take pride in that, run the company responsibly. And we also have a very mature credit facility supported by 18 well-capitalized banks. And at this point, we obviously envision no difficulty in should the time come. On the next page, slide 16, again, just our income statement in a bit more detail. What I think comes out of here is it really demonstrates the strength, simplicity, and transparency of our business. Revenue and expenses are very well understood, and one of the beauties of our industry is there's third parties that often verify this, so there's rarely surprises that we're delivering, and I think it's one of the highlights of the business. If we go to slide 17, certainly last but not least, I want to provide a brief update on our material weaknesses. When we appeared here back in May of 22, we had 3 material weaknesses. We made a commitment to you then to remediate those weaknesses. What that means, it's easier said than done, but we had to implement a thorough SOX program across all teams, along with our integrations. And I'm very proud to report that as of February of this year, all of those weaknesses were remediated, and we did receive an unqualified opinion from our auditor, KPMG. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or later. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mr. Harm.
Thank you. We'll reserve questions for everybody once we get through your presentation. Mr. Harmer.
Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Watkins, good to see you again, and appreciate the time today to be able to walk through our presentation. I'm particularly proud of our organization and some of the changes that we've implemented in the last 2 years. and the board's commitment to supporting the management team and making sure that we had a best-in-class compliance committee to lean on as we were moving through this process to make sure not only we got it right, but that we did things above and beyond was expected, that what were expected of us and what we committed to back in May of 2022. I'd like to walk through on page 19 of the presentation to talk a little bit about the commitments that we made to the commission and to the board, and walk through what we said we would do and what we actually did. I think integrity is often measured by following through on what you say. In this instance, we're very proud of the things that we committed to, and then more importantly, what we executed on. First of all, I wanted to, as our first goal that our chairman noted, create a best-in-class compliance committee. That was our first goal, and have that be the backbone of how we built out from there. It's an A-list of committee members by any measurement. With Chair Nylander, former member of the Gaming Control Board and longest tenured chair, if I recall, Member Fuchs, who's a former member of the Gaming Commission, and Dee Robinson, who's currently a member of our board of directors and also sat on the Illinois Gaming Board, excuse me. We endeavored to conduct a comprehensive corporate and public company policy review, and we did that with the help of Sandra Douglas Morgan and her firm at Covington and Burling to perform a full review of all the company's policies, and we incorporated all suggested edits. We next wanted to complete compliance training for all senior leadership and key stakeholders within the legal, finance, and HR groups at Excel and Century. We partnered with UNLV's International Center for Gaming Regulation and built a specific program for our company to attend a full day here in Las Vegas. And those materials were shared with our board of directors who reviewed them and had comments on them as well. So we wanted, again, to start with a clean slate of, if we're going to do this right, let's learn from the best and let's put a plan in place that incorporates the best thoughts and ideas how to have a Nevada-ready compliance. Next, we committed to implementing a formal due diligence program and vetting process. We've established policies and standard operating procedures for conducting diligence on all new vendors. We've created a business information form, which we require new vendors to fill out, which has more information that's required from them to produce to us rather than us having to go chase it down. And then we use that information with our CLEAR program through Thomson Reuters to do our own homework to make sure that we're dealing with people and dealing with vendors and business relationships that are suitable for the company. On that note, wanted to improve our approach to potentially unsuitable individuals. And by that, we've implemented a process by which my office is made aware of any potential suitability issues as they come up during these diligence and assessment reviews. And then those are exchanged with outside counsel, and then also our compliance committee to ensure that we are getting all the facts necessary to make an informed decision on whether we should pursue a relationship with a vendor or another partner that is proper for the organization. We next wanted to focus on enhancing our training. And Andy spoke about it, and so did Carl, but we wanted to create a more robust workplace harassment training, which included new modules for bystanders and for supervisors. Give you an example, the previous training that we were doing it as a company was roughly 45 to 50 minutes on an annual basis for each employee. These modules that we've added take that training to a 3-year commitment for every employee in the company to understand how to intervene if there's a harassment situation that occurs, and also for supervisors how to better deal with it if they are made aware of one. We've implemented a formal company-wide see something, say something standard. It's talked about in every offsite that I attend. We talk about it. It's become cultural for our business. In fact, one time after a meeting, I heard a few employees talking to each other after dinner, and one said, see something, and the other one said, say something, almost like they were just, so like it's become something that's talked about, and it's become cultural for our business and something that really has become a standard in our organization across the board. We added a suitability clause to all new agreements that allows the company to exit the agreement without further liability, full stop. It's our choice, and it's in the discretion of our compliance committee or the compliance officer. We believe that a contract that we've entered into, the vendor or the party has somehow created a situation where it's unsuitable for the company to do business with them, reputational damage, not necessarily a regulatory violation. We have the ability to exit that agreement without further force and effect. And lastly, I stood before you 2 years ago and said that I would endeavor to settle our outstanding litigation with the Illinois Gaming Board, which we have done. I did address that with this board back in August of 2023, but I am happy to go over it again if you'd like me to the details.
You're stating for the record that that matter is closed, all payments have been made, and you're just subject to reporting requirements, correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And any reporting requirements you're providing to Illinois, you're also providing to Nevada, I assume?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Lastly, we had one matter that was pretty contentious litigation between our company and another terminal operator. It was one that we wanted to get settled. It was becoming a distraction and creating a tension in the video gaming industry that wasn't necessary or needed. And so we endeavored to settle that matter, and we did as well. And that settled in June of 2023. And then lastly, I wanted to sort of give a little more detail to what Andy spoke about regarding our commitment to support local military personnel in Nevada, as well as other charitable causes. We quickly found opportunities in dealing with our Century team where we could create an impact quickly. And so in 2023 and 2024, we working with the Chamber of Commerce, we were going to be presenting sponsor for an event that honors men and women at both Creech and Nellis Air Force bases. We'll also be presenting sponsor for the Battle for Las Vegas, where we'll be raising funds for Big Brothers and Big Sisters in Nevada, and also a sponsor in 2023, and we can plan to continue that sponsorship in 2024 for Global Gaming Women, the event that happens during G2E. And most recently, we've entered into a 5-year commitment with our partners to support Opportunity Village, pledging support for their operations. We have an ongoing commitment throughout our company to continue to be involved in the community with charitable causes, as well as going forward with both Nevada and our nationally supported Excel Community Support Fund. Indulge me for a few more minutes. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the further enhancements that we've completed and put in place at our company, aside from those things that we committed that we would do. We created additional policies and procedures to further enhance our commitment to compliance by creating location diligence outside of Nevada, policies for that, policies for periodic rechecks of our vendors and locations. And we've completed a look back for all locations outside Nevada and all vendors pursuant to our current standards for location and diligence. These look backs have all been reported to our compliance committee. We've also formalized a process which we've nicknamed CAR, Compliance Assessment Review Process. It's formalized in September of 2022. We use Thomson Reuters Clear. I think I mentioned that earlier. We've completed over 4,000 location diligence reviews in the last year, and over 800 CARs on new vendors, non-profits, lobbyists, acquisition targets, partners, and real estate brokers. CARs are completed for multiple jurisdictions, including Illinois, Nevada, Nebraska, Montana, Iowa, and Georgia. The business information form has become a particularly useful tool for us in acquiring information from potential new relationships, and then using that to do our own diligence and our own homework. And we've trained our teams internally to make sure they understand this process, what it means to the organization, how we onboard new relationships. I'd be remiss if I didn't further talk about enhancements we've made to compliance in the areas of offsite events for the company. Our code of conduct training, and we have added additional code of conduct training and its applicability to offsite events. We have start times for the events that are actually announced. Event invitations go out prior to the event to invitees. They are reminded to adhere to the code of conduct and told at the event as well that same message. There's signage posted at the events, and then we provide an oral reminder at the beginning of the event, senior leadership reminding employees the key principles of our code of conduct do apply to offsite events as well as in the office. We encourage people to act responsibly, to ensure their communication and behavior is consistent with our culture and our values. We announce when the event actually ends, and that the company will reimburse or expense rideshare if any employee has consumed alcohol and feels they may be impaired. A quick update on our compliance committee. We've met 14 times since October of 22 through special and quarterly meetings. And the compliance officer third person, I keep the compliance committee and the board of directors informed as new material developments pop up in between those quarterly meetings. And then lastly, I mentioned earlier, but wanted to reiterate that the matter before the Owner Game Board and Gold Rush had completed, and that we've also walked through a couple of disassociations based on our compliance processes in determining that the relationships with current parties were no longer appropriate and disassociated accordingly. So that is the end of my formal comments. I appreciate the time to be before you today, and it's been a process of learning and continuous improvement the last 2 years. By no means is our work done. We continue to learn, we continue to want to improve, but I think we have done a great job in making sure that we meet the standard that has been set for us, exceeded it in some other areas. Hope you'll agree that we've followed through on our commitments and enhanced our compliance program that is in line with the Nevada Gold Standard. I am happy to answer any questions, and I will now turn over to Ms. Okerberg if there are none for me at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Harmer. And I know, Ms. Okerberg, you said that the compliance committee members hadn't planned to say anything, but if they don't mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Nylander, Ms. Fuchs, and Ms. Robinson to please step forward and introduce yourself. And I'm going to ask you all the same question.
Certainly. We have Ms. Robinson here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Pleasure to meet you. My
Likewise.
question for you is, you joined the company on the board. How have you seen the culture of compliance change?
Well, first of all, let me just say this. As they've all stated, I'm a former Illinois Gaming Board member, and I joined this board with great pride because I've seen it over years, the hard work, the dedication to compliance, their willingness to act quickly on any kind of measure or issue that came up to the board. So first of all, I want to start by saying that. So it's just an honor to actually be here now as a member of the board. What I will tell you right now is what I see. I see a better company. I see one that is truly committed to compliance and literally trying to set the bar. So I think about this company committing to its people, its partners, and to its practices, and trying to set a standard of excellence.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. They should be very honored to have you on the compliance
I appreciate that, Sir Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fuchs, I have the same question for you. You joined the compliance committee. How have you seen and how are you continuing to see the culture of compliance with this company?
Well, good morning, all of you members and Chairman and Madam Secretary. Thank you for having me up here. Debbie Fuchs, former Nevada Gaming Commission from 2016 to 2021, and it's nice to be back in this building, which will be gone soon, I understand. I came on this compliance committee kind of sideways. Senator Douglas Morgan, who was on the commission with me and was in your chairs before you, recommended me to come to the company to Derek Harmer, and I wasn't expecting it. I was kind of retired, but for me, it's been a pleasure to see this company come together and really focus on their future and dedicate themselves to compliance. It took a while because we pretty much started from scratch, but the efforts have been made with and I call it a partnership and assistance from the Game Control Board, and our relationship there has really taken tremendous strides. And I think that our requirement is quarterly, and as Derek said, we've met 12 times in 2 years. So it's not a team that takes anything lightly. The board and their leadership includes us in a lot of the initial discussions so that we're not catching up, we're always going forward. And I would just say that they've done an excellent job, and I have to commend them on this presentation. And from the commission standpoint of what you asked us to do and what we've done, I think is a great demonstration of the efforts that have been put forward by the company.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And as well, they should be very pleased to have you working with them on their compliance efforts.
Well, I appreciate that. And like I said, it's good to be back in the building, but I'm not sorry to see it go.
Absolutely. And Mr. Nylander, who spent a couple of years in this building as well as the buildings up north, you wear a very tight regulator hat, although you're no longer a regulator. You put your reputation on the line when you join a company like this. How's the culture for you?
It's vastly improved. I wouldn't say that they didn't have a compliance mechanism in place, but it wasn't up to your standards. So what we did is we started over, basically. And that, it's top down, but it's also bottom up. So I've found that in my work, It has to be both. It has to come from the start from top, but then it has to get down to the bottom where the bottom goes up. So, and Chairman Peterson, and when they asked me to come on board, he said, listen, I'm embarrassed and we want to be the best. He said, we're going to put resources towards this. And they did. So I think you have a vastly different company in front of you now. And, they, as you said earlier, Mr. Chairman, their limitation is something Nevada does and has to, because licenses are in perpetuity. Other states, you've got to go reapply every 3 years, every 5 years, sometimes every year. That's not true in Nevada, and I think that's what makes Nevada work. So, you attached a limitation, and it worked. So, and this company has buttoned up all these sort of sloppy, loose things that they had previously are tied up. So, it's a pleasure working with them, and I would say that, Dee, having her as a board member, but also being on our committee is great because it's a conduit to the board. And Carl, the chairman, attends all of our meetings, which is very unusual in my experience. And I would say Debbie, so one of our recent meetings, she caught an error in their 10Q. So they had to go back and restate their 10Q. So that's, we're doing what we can. But again, I'm an independent member. I don't have any skin in the game. I'm just trying to help them figure out what's the best practice. So that's all.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nylander, and certainly your expertise and your experience with Nevada gaming regulation and authority will be an attribute for the company. So they're lucky to have you as an independent member.
Well, thank you for that. And I do know when to shut up also.
Good call. All right, we're going to save the individual applications. Ms. Okerberg, I want to ask the board members if they have any questions regarding the company.
Certainly.
Member Watkins.
Yes, I have a number of questions. So I believe these questions are for Mr. Peterson, as Mr. Peterson covered them earlier. You mentioned that the Independence Compliance Committee reports to a portion of the board.
So I debated using the word reports because when I think of reports, it means the committee ahead is in charge of the committee. And I think of this as an independent committee, but it provides readouts to the nomination and governance committee for which I chair, and Dee also sits on with me. The other companies have that. Those readouts go to the audit committee. Mm-hmm. The audit committee typically, certainly in our case, is the most taxed committee with the longest agenda. So we think we can give greater focus. And actually, I think a lot of what comes out of the independent compliance committee is actually personnel and policy related. So nominating and governance is an appropriate place for those times where there is not just an FYI, but an FYA for your action. And that was actually a suggestion I think came out of some of our interactions with you all here, but one I think is working well.
And so does the full board then receive that information?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, they do. Our policy is every board committee, which is delegated with oversight, will then make a presentation to the full board. But on compliance related matters, those materials are shared with the full board as they come due. There's just a more limited committee that is tasked with trying to figure out if there's something that needs to change or something that needs to stop or something that needs to happen to make that go. So, and I think, I forget which one of the compliance committee members talked about that. I think it was Debbie, but when we're looking at a new acquisition, we flag it for them early because there's no point in pursuing an acquisition opportunity if it's a new state that we don't like regulations, if it's doesn't have appropriate regulations, or that there are unsuitable parties involved that would either need to be cauterized in some way or otherwise prevent us from pursuing. So we are using this, I think, to our full advantage to make sure that we're efficient and making the best decisions as a board as possible.
Okay, I believe you mentioned the compliance committee met 14 times since 2022. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was, I believe, the fact that Derek just brought forward. Yes.
And what is the minimal meeting requirement?
Member Watkins, the requirement is to meet at least quarterly, but the committee also has special meetings whenever they feel that it's necessary to address certain items if Derek Harmer or others bring it to their attention.
Is it expected moving forward that you'll meet this often?
I actually think as the committee has got to full speed and as our processes have matured, that count should diminish somewhat, with the exception of, you never know if it's acquisition related or, let's be honest, things happen. And when things happen, we want to make sure that we take action quickly and exercise the proper due process, but also get to the finish line faster if we can.
Okay. Well, I would also like to commend you all on really recruiting a very talented group of independent committee members, all who are former regulators from Illinois or from Nevada, and consulting Sandra Douglas Morgan. I believe that was done in between the board and the commission meeting, and it demonstrated a definite commitment and seriousness with which you took our concerns at that time. And until this day, to hire, as you have mentioned, the best in the class compliance committee. I do have further questions, Chair, but they are for other individuals.
Okay, we'll save those for the individuals.
Well,
Judge,
they're
not for the individuals. They're for other people that you want to ask now.
Let me clarify. They're regarding the entity application, but for individuals who cover these topics.
No, great. Let's go ahead. If it's regarding the entity applications, let's bring them up now.
All right. And these questions are for Andy Rubenstein. You mentioned that there were certain types of training that included harassment, ethics, cybersecurity. Does this also include document retention training?
The organization that which basically the compliance team has within their group done training, because most of our document retention is related to compliance, finance, but we have not had a company-wide training for that. But it's for the people whose primary responsibilities are document retention. Derek talk about it further.
Okay. Can you be more specific about what types of harassment training you have?
Yeah.
I think if I could, Member Watkins, I think Mr. Harmer might be better suited to speak to that.
Okay, I do have a couple more questions for Mr. Rubenstein. So you mentioned that your company has rapidly expanded. How has that expansion inhibited your ability to institute these, to address the weaknesses that were previously mentioned at the 2022 board meeting?
Yeah, I don't think they've inhibited it at all. I think part of the way we look at expansions, we look at the individuals that we partner with as we grow, and making sure and take them through the vetting process, make sure they're the right people and that they're committed to the same values and ethics and compliance that we are so as we've grown, actually bringing in leaders in a lot of these organizations that partner with us or we've acquired that carry those same values, have actually reinforced a lot of what we've done in the past.
Okay. Did the position of chief people officer exist before?
We brought that position, we hired that position since we met here 2 years ago,
When you say since, do you mean prior to the meeting or following the meeting?
following our licensing, yes.
Okay. Were you one of the individuals along with Mr. Harmer who received the letter that was at issue in our 2022, in the 2022
I
board
did
meeting?
review the letter.
You reviewed the letter? Okay. Have you received document retention training?
Yes, very much so. Exactly, documents, at least personally, that I receive goes directly to compliance for review before, and I don't retain any documents myself. They all go to the compliance office.
When did you receive document retention training, and is that ongoing for you?
I mean, it's kind of a policy. It's not a training, it's a policy. All documents that I receive are part of the compliance.
Member Watkins, if I could add, that training was completed in June 2023.
Is that ongoing training? Is it reoccurring?
Not for me, no. I have a policy I follow.
Member Watkins, if I could add there, I think if there were any changes to the policy or any updates, that would be a continuing training update, and he would receive that at that time.
So you said that you follow the policy that's in place currently.
Yes.
Can you tell me, with regard to the letter that you received that was either thrown in the trash or that was disposed of through a shredder, if you will, how would that document be treated today?
It would be brought, I mean, just like it was, or brought to the attention of the general counsel, and that department will utilize our retention policy to keep it, not just a record of it, but following all the procedures that they utilize.
We go to HR too, right?
Yeah, well, obviously, I wouldn't be bringing it around. I leave it with compliance that deals with the issue and with HR.
Yeah, so it
I'm
also
not
would,
circulating it. I'm going to one source that receives the document.
and the document would go to HR where it would be retained in accordance with the information retention policy.
Yeah.
So the document wouldn't go to compliance, it would go to HR, or it would go to both?
It would go to both.
It would go to both, but compliance first, always.
HR or compliant, or who are you referring to when you say compliance?
I'm the chief compliance officer.
Okay. So if the chief compliance officer were to make a decision with regard to that document that you disagree with, what would you then do?
I would, and there's been times where we discuss that. And obviously my role as leader of the company to do what's best for the company. If it needs to be circulated to greater amount of people, there needs to be more people brought in. That's my role. Obviously, all the materials need to be retained.
In your opinion, do you think that the document that you received previously, the anonymous letter that we were speaking of, would be subject to a legal hold, or how would that fall under your document?
Not just legal, it should be kept in the file of the individual mentioned, as well as a corporate file for the liability of the company.
So I'm referring specifically to your document retention policy dated March 1st, 2023. It's called the Information Governance Policy. Under it, it provides that if an individual has a question regarding whether a document is subject to a legal hold, the individual shall contact the general counsel or his designee to determine whether the document must be retained.
Yes.
So would this document, the document we were referencing previously, would that fall under a legal hold under this?
Absolutely.
At the time that it is ripe for disposal, how would you dispose of it?
I am not involved in just making the decisions to dispose of it.
Okay.
And Member Watkins, if you want more details on that, we can ask Mr. Harmer to come up, who's more intimately involved with the procedures.
Okay. I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Harmer if that's okay with the chair.
Do you have questions? Mr. Harmer?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. How'd you like living in Waltham and tending Brandeis?
I enjoyed it. Multiple stays there.
How long were you there?
I was undergrad and grad school.
You from that area originally?
I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago and went to the East Coast.
So why Brandeis?
I was a pretty good student, but I also tried to play basketball in college, and gave me the opportunity to do both.
All right, very good. I don't have any particular questions. I just want to commend you on turning the company around, hiring a great compliance committee. You're in great shape financially, and things are looking really well. These limitations that we place on applicants and companies, they work. And I'm glad to see you're a prime example of how it does work. So congratulations, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. We take it very seriously.
Mr. Harmer. Go ahead, Member Watkins.
Hi, Mr. Harmer. So similar questions to those that I just asked. Walk me through how the document that was at issue in the 2022 board meeting would be treated today in accordance with your information governance policy.
Member Watkins, that's a great question. I appreciate the opportunity to address it. So what would happen is that document would be reported to, it would be received by the company, it would need to go somewhere. And because it's a document that made certain allegations, it would probably need to be investigated more thoroughly by the company than we did in the past, during the past 2022 meeting when that actually was presented to us. And so it would go two places. It would go one into the personnel file of the persons who were mentioned, and then two, it would come to my team, and we would do an investigation thoroughly of what would need to happen, if anything, as far as just the basic suitability of that person in our organization, different and apart from what we did the last time. And then it would stay according to the schedules in the back of that policy. Each state has some different retention periods, whether it's 5 years, 7 years, 3 years. And emails are subject to their own retention policy as well. And so according to the policy, that document would stay until such time as it was deemed to be not necessary for whatever reason, according to the plan.
And so would you define that as falling under the legal hold under your?
I would. I can say that seems pretty straightforward to me, that we would want to keep that document around given the allegations that were included in it and the sensitivity of it relating to senior personnel.
Okay. And so your policy provides the company is legally obligated to retain all documents, including but not limited to email messages and voicemails relevant to pending or reasonably anticipated litigation. Do you think that would fall under the reasonably, and there's more, but I'm stopping there, but under the reasonably anticipated litigation portion of that?
Yes, you got the one that would already grab it. You didn't need to go any further. Yeah, that's right.
How would you now dispose of that document?
So according to the policy, we would have various ways of those documents being disposed of, whether it be via shredding, whether it be something that's just in electronic format that's just deleted. So I stand before you today, Member Watkins, not knowing specifically how we would deal with that document according to the policy, but I do know the policy does cover how we treat documents when it's time for their disposal.
And did you receive document retention training?
I did. I led it.
Okay. Well, when did you receive that training?
June of 2023.
Is that reoccurring?
So it's not recurring. We had it twice that year to make sure we fully understood policy implementation from June. And so we did it in two parts to make sure we got it. And then that sort of continues on forward through the policy. So it's not something we're annually doing. We certainly can add that to our annual training regimen to make sure that there is proper training and visit to the policy.
Assuming that there are updates or legal changes that require you to update your policy, are you responsible for that?
I am.
Okay. And so at that point in time, then you would receive, you and those who are responsible for document retention will receive new training. Is that correct?
Correct. We did consult an outside firm. So we used the firm that Sandra Douglas was attached to, which was Covington and Burling. And so they helped us walk through how to sort of implement a plan like this and give myself and others on my team training as well before we sort of trained the trainer approach and taught the company after that. So we're getting the benefit of outside counsel's experience in implementing these policies as well.
Can you remind me again, was there no document policy retention in place previously, or is this an improved?
This is an improved version of a document retention policy we had in place. In Illinois, there was specific requirements set for certain documents in Illinois that we were adhering to, but it was quite frankly not too loose and not formal enough. And so that's part of the reason where we were in May of 22.
Thank you. I appreciate your very straightforward answers. And just turning to a different topic quickly, how do you now vet potential employees?
So that's a enhanced vetting process that we have built out over the last 2 years. So initially there's a onboarding process that starts. There's an application that is filled out on behalf of the applicant. It's submitted to our HR team. They do a full background check on that person. If any information is flagged in that background check that looks like it might be an area of concern or is derogatory in nature, it is brought then to my team. So either the chief compliance officer, the deputy chief compliance officer, or the vice president of compliance would review that matter with the HR team and decide if they thought it was something that was of a nature that would need to be further investigated and if we needed to ask additional questions of that applicant. And so at that point in time, if we got to a point where we were sort of unsure, maybe thinking that this is on the margin, or maybe we just need to play the conservative, be conservative here, we would oftentimes bring it to the compliance and have them review it as well and give us guidance on what they thought we should. In most cases, we can make that call on our own. It's pretty obvious.
Understood. And how often are you reviewing your various associations? I know there's probably different levels of review for different types of associations, but how often are those recurring?
So right now, vendors are rechecked every year. So we do an annual vendor check. It's completed that recently during last year. And the location checks, I believe we committed to 4 years. I think for every 3 to 4 years for location diligence rechecks.
And do you review your nonprofits? You mentioned other types of associations and things of that sort periodically, or is that just a one-time kind of thing?
So it's a one-time review now, and there's also when we make contributions of support to nonprofits, we also have a fund that we're associated with that helps us do outside diligence as well. So there's 2 levels of diligence that goes on with any outside support that the company provides.
Okay.
And we took a rather expansive floor, if you will, Member Watkins, we could have eliminated some categories in the beginning. We were drafting the plan. We wanted to be very expansive and inclusive. And so we took everything. We did it. We've done literally vendor checks on everything and compliance reviews on even on lawyers and lobbyists that would have been excluded under the plan as professionals that didn't require it. We decided.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your answers. It does seem like you guys have done a major overhaul of not only compliance, but the other areas of concern. And I'll leave it up to you to determine whether the document retention needs to occur annually or on a broader scope. But, that was a major issue for me. As you probably recall, I was very concerned about that. And one of the reasons for the limitation in particular. So it does seem like you guys have fixed that. So my level of concern is certainly much decreased.
Thank you, Member Watkins. And I do take your suggestion to heart. And if it's something that you believe that would be a good improvement for our organization, we'll certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Okerberg, let's turn to the two individual applications. We've heard from both gentlemen, but let's go ahead and bring them up. Let's start with Mr. Rubenstein.
Certainly, no problem. Mr. Rubenstein.
Mr. Rubenstein, you were found suitable by the Nevada Game Commission 2 years ago. You obviously spoke to us here this morning, told us about the culture and the change in the culture of the company in the last couple of years since you were before the board and the commission. Tell us a little bit how your business life has changed over the last 2 years.
Well, as a more nationwide company, I mean, I'm working with more markets, more business partners, different regulations in different markets, and there's more individual people interactions, but less time. And so I spent a lot of time traveling, spent a lot of time getting to know the people, understand the different challenges they may have in their markets. And I spent a tremendous amount of time both in Nevada and Montana supporting Steve and Heidi and their teams, and helping us become kind of more integrated in the Nevada community.
Great, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Rubenstein from board members?
Nothing from me, Mr. Rubenstein.
Judge, anything else for Mr. Rubenstein?
No, thank you, Chairman. He's done a great job with this company. He's kudos for being an entrepreneur and starting a company that employs thousands of people. I do really appreciate that. And been a very comprehensive report by staff. A shout out to Senior Agent Nishizawa, Senior Agent Aubrey Wilson, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, and Chief Hoffman for doing a very comprehensive report. We've got plenty of information here to digest, and I don't have any concerns or questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also happy to support your applications, and pleasure to have you back before us in some changed circumstances 2 years later.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Peterson, why don't you step up? You also were found suitable by the Gaming Commission as a director 2 years ago. You've been with the company now approximately 4 years. Is that correct?
All right.
Yeah. Tell us how, in your view, I asked Mr. Rubenstein, how's your business life changed in the last 2 years?
Well, I think the one thing I need to say is I want to keep the trend. I actually retired in the last 2 years from my prior partnership role. I was 28 years at an investment firm, PPG, which had me previously licensed. I'd say the thing that's changed in our role is just we accelerated a bunch of things. We knew we had to do the gaming and compliance improvements to meet your standards. We needed to accelerate that, but our business is more national. It's actually more interesting. We actually talked at the compliance committee yesterday about how are we doing this, and generally we're operating to your standards across all states, even when the other states are less demanding, because honestly, it's easier and better just to have one way to do things, and we'll go to the lowest common denominator in terms of the toughest way to do that. We still, we're trying to grow and build as a business. No business is ever at its full potential, and we are no exception. You do employ a number of people, and somebody somewhere makes a mistake from time to time, and how you handle that matters. We're getting better. I think the one thing that came up in the document retention policy that we are actually doing more is that early stuff is getting to various chairmen of committees faster to make sure that those groups have oversight, and to make sure that we are not just letting compliance look at what's the right next step, but to make sure we're comfortable, and typically getting outside counsel to help us vet, especially when it's policy matters of harassment or otherwise. But it's fun. We have a exciting growth trajectory ahead of us. Andy started this business with conservative approaches. It's his largest investment, and he treats it that way, as if it's I started a business and said, act as if it's your money. And this company does that. The balance sheet is conservative for two reasons. It should be so you can sleep at night, but two, so we can take advantage of opportunities as they present themselves. The thing that's really changed since we were before you last is the number of opportunities to expand our business. continue to grow. We have turned down a number of really interesting financial opportunities because we couldn't get comfortable on the regulatory and compliance side. And we can't let a new opportunity sink the ship that is unrelated to that. But that's a bigger part of what we do and look at today than we had even 2 years ago.
Appreciate that. Questions from board members?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to support your application. You have a stellar resume. The only question I have is, when is Notre Dame football going to be back in the mainstream?
Well, we have a lot of confidence in our head coach. I mean, having a young, charismatic coach with the it factor, I think should pay off. But it's a competitive world out there, and this NIL changes is starting to make it a bit of a have and have nots. And Notre Dame is given its priority on the education front. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, but I have high hopes for what Coach Freeman can do.
What's the over and under next season? 9.5?
It's got to be 10.
10?
10
Okay.
playoff contender.
All right. I don't have any concerns. Very good report. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. I also did not have any concerns regarding your background for finding a suitability, and so I'm happy to support your application. Thank you. Ms. Okerberg, anything else you need to advise us on regarding the company?
I would like to just provide a brief conclusion, if that's okay.
Please.
As you've heard today from the company, they've taken significant action, not only to address all of the items raised at the board and commission meetings, but to surpass that and find additional ways to improve and really capture the essence of compliance. All of the steps that they have taken have included opportunities to grow and build, and they will continue to do that over a time as expected of a Nevada gaming licensee. For these reasons, we would request the board's positive recommendation of the application without a limitation. I would note for the record, we have reviewed draft number 1 of the revised order of registration dated March 19th. We believe that's in proper form. And I would like to thank Special Agent Candace Nishizawa for all of her hard work and professionalism.
Thank you very much, Ms. Okerberg. Let's put a pin in draft number 1. I'm going to come back to that regarding the applications. Very happy to see the change in the company, the culture, the training, the compliance, the fact that culture in compliance now seems to be what the company is striving for. I liked your analogy about jump over the biggest hurdle if you can, and then the small hurdles will be easy. And compliance should not be a roadblock. It should be really the goal in gaming. And that's good, not just for your company, that's good for the entire industry. If we police ourselves, nobody else needs to come in and do it. And by that, I mean generally the federal government. They're always looking for something to do. And if we can keep it as a states' rights issue and at a industry level issue, then we can prove that we run the regulations and the industry in a suitable manner. I was very happy to hear as well about your community involvement. I tell all licensees that that it's commendable to do. I would never make it a requirement of licensing, but I tell gaming companies that if you're doing something good, don't be afraid to tell the world. It's good for the industry that we let the world know how much money gaming is putting back into their community. So appreciate you doing that as well. Finally, as we touched on early on an item, the limited nature of licenses, the conditional nature of licenses is good for Nevada. It's good for the gaming process. As Mr. Nylander stated much better than I could, many states have a finite term to their license, whereas we generally don't. So when the commission grants a limited license, it gives the board and the opportunity to say, we'll see you back in a couple of years, and we hope you're doing in a better position. Clearly, your company is. Finally, on you, Mr. Harmer, you and I worked together at the Nevada Attorney General's office back when we were both younger, had darker hair. Because of that, human nature is I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. I'm going to expect more. I'm going to demand more. And I've seen that. I've been here about 1.5 years. This happened a little bit before I got here. And you can see that what you're doing to help turn this company around is commendable. And so I will do my best to not treat you like a father coaching his son's little league team. You're not going to take any extra laps, but you're going to do as many laps as everybody else and run as fast as you can. So appreciate you being here and everything you've done to change the company's culture in the last couple of years. Very commendable. Questions or comments from board members?
I have comments, Chair.
Please.
I am happy to hear about the improved document retention policy and thankful or appreciative of the direct answers to my questions in relationship to that policy. My understanding from our materials, we didn't talk about it on the record here today, but you all acted swiftly to investigate and take corrective action following a July 13, 2023 incident, and also acted swiftly to disassociate yourselves in July of 2023 from an individual and an entity, and even dissociated prior to the notice of dissociation occurring. So I commend you for that as well. I'm checking off the IGB matter because that's concluded. As far as the due diligence process is concerned, we received information in our materials. It was discussed here today and also in your presentation, and I'm satisfied with that. Thank you for your commitment, as the chair mentioned, to community engagement. There was an issue last time around as it related to providing information in a timely manner, whether that was intentional or unintentional, that's not at issue. But this time around, in response to information requested by the board, this was a board information request dated December 2023, and HR investigations list was provided that did not include the incident I was just previously referring to in July 2023. A regulatory violation wasn't listed, and that was with regard to the IGB matter. There was the material litigation list didn't include the settlement with Gold Rush. How would you respond to that, and how are you going to address that in the future?
Yeah, if I could, I can give a quick overview and ask Mr. Harmer to fill in. I think in those instances, that was sort of a lack or rather confusion as to how that should be reported, because at the same time that the company was under investigation by the agent, the same agent was the monitoring agent. And so Mr. Harmer will explain, I think in a moment, that he had reported it as part of the monitoring duties to the monitoring agent and thought that that had included the reporting obligation and did not include it in the materials as part of the investigative request, thinking that that had already been captured. So Mr. Harmer.
That's correct. And so we now know going forward that any investigative request that comes from the board should be fully inclusive of all matters, even if they've been previously reported to our monitoring agent, even if it seems duplicative. The investigative request is what it is, should be fully complied with, and in the future, we'll be making sure that we do that forward.
Thank you, and I appreciate you putting that on the record, Mr. Harmer. So I'm satisfied moving forward without a limitation, if that be the will of my colleagues. And thank you for all the work you've done to turn the company around, and Mr. Harmer, you in particular, to take corrective action. I appreciate that.
Judge, any additional comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just want to commend you all for the work you're doing with Creech and Nellis Air Force Base. I mean, who doesn't love our military, right? Big Brothers and Big Sisters, great organization. I'm very familiar with it. I used to be a big brother. You can really change a kid's life, one kid at a time. Opportunity Village, working with kids with and grownups with intellectual disabilities. You're doing God's work. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Okerberg, let's chat about order draft number 1, revised order registration dated 3/19/24. My question is, I believe you or your client is asked to remove paragraph number 9. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I could provide an explanation
Please.
of the rationale, that was because we believe the company is already obligated to comply with regulation 5.250. It's already incorporated into their compliance plan. And we don't see this as standard in the order of registration. It's not because they object to that obligation or have any issues with the requirements of the regulation.
I agree. It's not standard to be in there. Chief Hoffman or DC Rippey I understand why this was put into the commission's order 2 years ago. Ms. Okerberg's comment is that it's covered by their compliance plan. Do you believe that that is accurate and no reason to have it still in the actual revised order?
Yes, I believe that's accurate. I don't need it in the order.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Okerberg. Thank you, Chief Hoffman. Questions from board members regarding the order?
I do have questions, Chair. I would turn to Mr. Thompson, ask if there is a difference in this being in the order versus their compliance plan and obligation to abide by this.
They're obligated to comply with the regulation.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Apart from this being ordered, so then the level of compliance will be the same.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I don't take issue, especially considering the vast improvements that we've discussed and that have been provided in our materials with removing it from the order.
Thank you.
Judge, any questions, comments?
No, I'm fine with removing it, and I agree with counsel. And I'd also like to say that I neglected before that company is on the right track. You made an excellent choice with Mr. Nylander. His reputation as a regulator precedes him. And the only caveat would be that it says here he's the longest serving chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission. I don't know, Chairman Hendricks might surpass that. So he's doing a great job. Too.
Yeah. What's the over under on that? Yeah, check.
11.
Very good. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Okay, great. I'd be happy to make that move for recommending approval to the Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the revised order of registration draft number 1 dated March 19th, 2024 with paragraph 9 being deleted.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you all. Good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 5.
Our court reporter is requesting.
That's a good point. My apologies to the court reporter. She need 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Let's do 10.
Let's do 10-minute break to let the court reporter's fingers stretch out. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Madam Secretary, I believe we are on non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Cynthia Murphy for licensure as a key employee at FP Holdings LP, doing business as Palms Casino Resort.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the last time today, I'm Erica Oakberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Sam Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, Palms Casino Resort, and the applicant, who is to my left. This is Cynthia Kaiser Murphy. She is General Manager of the Palms. I know she is well known to the board and the commission. However, since the last time she was licensed and appeared was in 2009, we thought it might be a good opportunity to have her, for the record, provide an overview of her background and talk with you about her duties and responsibilities.
Wonderful.
Let me make a disclosure.
Yeah, we have a disclosure on this item. Before you speak, Ms. Kaiser Murphy, Judge, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. To avoid the appearance of impropriety and in accordance with Chapter 281 of Nevada Revised Statutes, I'm disclosing that I own a couple of condominiums at Palms Place, and that I presume that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my shoes would not be affected by that fact, and therefore I intend to vote on this matter.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, and Member Judge Assad. I'm grateful to be here today. We're very proud of our team bringing the Palms back to our community and to our state. I'm also humbled and honored that the Gaming Hospitality Authority of San Manuel selected me to have the opportunity to reopen this historic resort. Our mission the past 2.5 years has been to open and operate this resort, employing over 2,000 team members and bringing entertainment, hospitality, dining, and gaming in a special, beautiful place, the Palms. Nearly 70 of our team members are day one employees, dating all the way back to 2001. And you might have heard that when we opened the Palms, 50% of the prior employees came back as our team members, we were very, very grateful for that. A little bit about my background. I grew up in Kansas City, and I had an incredibly dedicated single mom, and with the wisdom of a 17-year-old, I wisely chose to attend UNLV, which changed my life. For my college education, I ultimately had received both my bachelor's and master's degrees from UNLV. That led to an incredibly rewarding, interesting, and dynamic career here in hospitality in Las Vegas, both in operations and many, many years also in human resources. Prior to the Palms, I had the privilege of opening the Mirage, MGM, and being on the teams for several other resorts. I also had the opportunity to go out of state to help win gaming licenses in Detroit, one of my most favorite places today, and also in Springfield, Massachusetts. And that was very, very rewarding, along with building world-class benefit programs and culture programs for the companies I work for. In 2008, I had the privilege of taking over a strip property in New York. And the last time I was before you, of course, was in 2009, just a couple of years ago. We developed a new entertainment district there and did a lot to enhance that property while we were welcoming this little expansion hockey team to our community. And that was a tremendous opportunity. And then on 4/27/22, exactly 2 years and 5 days ago, we made history opening the Palms as the first tribally owned and operated resort in Las Vegas. It has been a real honor to participate and have the opportunity to lead that. I've had the privilege to lead a team of 11 direct reports and an administrative assistant who has been with me 28 years and followed me. We brought back 2 towers of hotel rooms, a wide array of 14 different restaurants, including Scotch 80 and Mabel's and Betteries, Tim Hawan, and world-class catering. We brought back the Pearl Theater, which has a rich history of great acoustics and intimacy and performances. And by the end of this year, we will proudly have had 201 performances in the Pearl Theater, including ZZ Top, Pat Benatar, and many other wonderful musical acts. We've built out an energetic gaming floor that's fun and inviting. We have 39 table games and today 71 slot machines. We continue to bring energy and excitement to the gaming floor. We are a very unique resort. We serve both locals and visitors because of our close to the strip location. And we're very proud that we've participated in citywide events, including F1, Super Bowl, rodeo, and all of the others. So we've taken a very active role in the gaming community. We've worked hard to establish this fine property, aligning our team with the wonderful goals and alignment of the culture of our tribe, the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority. GHA has provided over $4 million in charitable contributions to this local community. And our Palms team members have been very active in a program we call Palms Cares, where we go into the community and volunteer and serve others. I personally serve on several boards. I've been very passionate in my career about improving access to healthcare and quality of healthcare. It's a long-term project for this community, and I serve as a trustee on Unite Here Health, and we are building world-class clinics for the members of the hospitality industry now. I also serve on the foundation board for UNLV and the Smith Center at this time. We're working hard also, I wanted to mention, to make West Flamingo a really desirable destination, and we continue to be active with our neighbors in improving the experience on West Flamingo. Our mission has been to create a real culture of hospitality by bringing really personalized service to our guests and providing stewardship to our community, all in an atmosphere of high integrity, and to really be a great employer and to really serve our tribe. I'm going to conclude where I began by expressing gratitude to all of you through the process and to the GHA and the management committee for allowing me the opportunity to bring this team together to bring the Palms back. Thank you. I'm open for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Murphy, and thank you for that update since you were before the board back in 2009. Obviously, you have an excellent reputation in Nevada's gaming industry. Your background, your experience, our file on you is stellar, and I'm very happy to say that your community work and everything you do for the industry is commendable and makes it very easy for me to support your reputation. So, pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Member Watkins.
Good afternoon. Just a couple of quick questions. Up until 22, you were the CEO of Southern California UFCW Funds Joint Benefits.
Yes.
Can you tell me your role?
I was the CEO of the trust funds. It's both a health and welfare and pension, as well as a scholarship program serving the grocery workers of Southern California.
Okay, thank you for that description. I appreciate it. And then you serve on a number of boards. You did not mention, I think you're also an advisory board member for Hope Means Nevada. Is that up to date or?
Yes, we were we were founding board members with John O'Reilly around, it was called the Nevada Medical Center. And we were trying to identify some of the most important needs in the community. It turned out that teen mental health really was an unserved cause in this community. So that board pivoted. So those of us who were the founding board members became advisory board members to Hope Means Nevada, which is really focused on teen mental health and a heavy emphasis on teen suicide prevention.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate your service and your rich history and business background in Nevada. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just wanted to say that really appreciate your involvement in the community. I've been here since 1976, so we really do appreciate folks like you giving back. And the steakhouse at the Scotch 80s, great place. I'm glad you didn't change that. That's one of the, but I'm sorry to see Barry left. He was great chef, but he's now at the Circa called Barry's Downtown Prime. But he left his menu there, so that's a good thing. And I think I need to commend you for going back after 15 years after you got your Bachelor of Science degree to UNLV to get a master, MBA, I believe so. Tell me a little bit about that. Why the big gap? That's really commendable, though.
Well, I always wanted a master's degree and actually a doctorate too. And we had just opened a rather large 5,000 room hotel. And I was actually pregnant. So I thought it'd be a good time to take on getting a master's.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I wanted to do that before my son was born.
Oh, very good. Well, congratulations on that. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you need to add?
No, nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Great. All right, I'd entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be happy to make that motion. I recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Aliante Gaming LLC doing business as Aliante Hotel and Casino, the Cannery Hotel and Casino LLC doing business as the Cannery Hotel and Casino, and Nevada Palace LLC doing business as Eastside Cannery Casino and Hotel to add, remove, or modify conditions to license. It is also the application of Stephen Schutte for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendricks, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, here on behalf of the Boyd Gaming Corporation, the applicants for you. With me at the podium to my left first is Cassie Stratford, the Senior Vice President of Legal Operations and Compliance. And with me to my right is the individual applicant, Steve Schutte, whose title now, as you see from the agenda, is Executive Vice President of Operations. Mr. Chairman, board members, the first application deals with the modification of the conditions on the licenses of the 3 LLCs, licensees for Boyd Gaming here in Las Vegas area. The proposal is to change to make the conditions in this regards to key executives, key employees consistent across all 3. That would then read: a key executive application must be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position, with the idea that the person who occupies the position of Steve Schutte's right now, Executive VP of Operations, would be the key executive that condition directs itself to. If that position was somehow eliminated in another corporate restructuring, then it would fall down to the general managers and so on. But using the word key executives in the statutes provides the flexibility for the board and the licensees to get the right person before the board and commission for licensure with the proper position of authority over the properties.
If the commission were to entertain what you are proposing, how many non-restricted locations would be put under Mr. Schutte?
Mr. Schutte right now has, what is it? 10. There's 10 in Las Vegas that he is in charge of supervising as the Vice President of Operations, Senior Vice President, Executive Vice President of Operations. And the condition really has nothing to do with Mr. Schutte per se. It's just simply with respect to these 3 properties, changing the condition to be consistent across the 3, but then with respect to all the other properties and these 3 as well, Mr. Schutte would be the oversight, finding the oversight over them.
You've been in the business a long time, Mr. Giordano, not to date you or me. Have you ever seen such a scenario where that many non-restricted locations could be put under one key executive licensing?
Well, it depends on what kind of supervision you're talking about. You're talking about there are people in charge of each property every day that report to Mr. Schutte. He's not, sitting there.
Understood, but I mean, what you're asking is that we don't have licensing a little closer to the property level. I get the challenge with the title general manager being put in a condition, but if you remove that title, you could have, like you said, you could have 10 non-restricted locations with one licensee.
Yeah,
maybe more.
Yeah, I can ask I'll have Mr. Schutte address that with you.
Please.
But that's what I was going to say. You obviously, respect to the moving on Mr. Schutte's application, you've always seen him many times before. His background's not the question, but I would like him to, if you have permission, to firmly address with you guys, the board members, what his duties and responsibilities are as Executive Vice President of Operations and how he sees that coming around with respect to his authority over the 10 properties.
Perfect. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Rick.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. Steve Schutte for the record. I oversee all of our Las Vegas properties, 10 that are open right now, one that is not open. My primary role and responsibility is to provide general oversight for all of those properties and ensure that Boyd Gaming has a holistic approach to how we operate our properties here in Las Vegas, to ensure we're maximizing synergies within those 10 properties, to ensure that we're sharing best practices, sharing talent levels. Each property has its own leadership team with their own general manager, and those general managers report up to me. They are the boots on the ground at each of those properties each and every day. Having said that, I'm in and out of these properties virtually all the time. I maintain an office at every single property. So I split my time between our corporate office and being present at each property. I'm in the middle of doing financial reviews at all the properties right now. So I regularly interact with the general managers and the leadership teams at all of those properties. I know them all extremely well. I talk to these GMs virtually every day, either personally or by text or by email. So I'm heavily involved in the operations, but as Greg mentioned earlier, there is a specific leadership team at each property and a general manager that's in charge of each of the properties.
Appreciate that. And personally, your background, you've been in front of us many times. It's not a question to me about your ability and your expertise. It's really, in my mind, a question of regulatory compliance, and I will say speed of compliance. When we have somebody who's licensed closer to the property level, as you mentioned, you're going through financial review right now. Our auditors, our investigators are able to get a hold of somebody who knows they're licensed by this body. And so not to say that anybody else would not be as fast, but when you have a license, you take that phone call and you move pretty quickly. So I'm looking, and this may be back to you, Mr. Giordano. I'm looking for an example of how it will be better for the property, which I understand, better for the company, which I understand, but how will it be protective of the state and the gaming industry to eliminate some licensed positions and have one person possibly over 10 non-restricted locations? I've been around this business a long time, but you know it a lot better than I do. Can you think of any example who has done that? And then two, can you think of anybody else who's going to come and knock on our door tomorrow if we do this?
Well, the thing is, first of all, one of the reasons why this has been done too, because of the corporate restructuring that Boyd went through, was in discussing the situation with Chief Hoff staff, the investigation division, was it's difficult for them to handle a lot. There's been a lot of changes over the last few years in GMs, and all those applications under current other conditions had to come forward for licensure, putting a large burden on the investigation division with staff as limited staff to get all those people done all the time. And so the thought was that maybe we can help alleviate that by having the one person, the buck stops here. But you share your example, Chairman, is that if someone needs to talk to someone on Boyd property, they don't have to try to figure out who's the GM there. They make one phone call, Steve Schutte, and it's taken care of. So in that way, it's more expedient for the board and regulatory system of the state to have one person say, go do right away and get that matter done. He's licensed. He's the one who's there, front line. You make one phone call, Mr. Schutte takes care of it. So that's my response to that. It's somewhat unique. Yes, you're right. Anyone else who has that many properties in Nevada? I guess Red Rock Resorts has a number of properties in the Las Vegas area. I don't know offhand how many, but it's more than 5. And so I don't know if it's 10 or 11, but it's only a company I could think of that might try to do something like this with respect to this. But again, about the supervision, it's a matter of Mr. Schutte's, everything stops with him. And so you have a concern about something, you make one phone call, Mr. Schutte, and he takes care of it as a licensee there. And relieves the burden on the staff of the board, investigation division, to focus on more expedient applications and larger applications and have to always worry about some GM switching from Main Street to the Fremont or California to Gold Coast, excuse me, or whatever. So that's, I think, part of the rationale of it as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I struggle with Mr. Schutte's phone ringing off the hook. You have multiple non-restricted locations where our agents, our audit agents, which I'm fairly certain you're experiencing this right now, both of you. And without getting into details, you're probably aware that our auditors are in several of your properties right now. I wouldn't want them all having to call Mr. Schutte. I would want there to be a responsiveness at a licensee level a little lower. And Ms. Stratford, please go ahead and fill us in.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad. If I may add just a couple of points to what Mr. Schutte and Mr. Giordano already mentioned. As we were talking through this process with Chief Hoffman and Senior Agent Burke, who did a wonderful job with the investigation here, we actually did discuss, what they thought might be acceptable for our structure, because historically we've had a number of GMs that have been individually licensed. They have historically reported to Mr. Schutte in his prior role as Senior Vice President over the Nevada region as well. And what was happening is, as we were making shifts within those GM ranks, we were using resources of the board and board staff to get those individuals licensed. And so when we were talking about what may be appropriate, we also discussed the fact that Mr. Don Su is overseeing 3 properties downtown, and that he is already licensed, and that we would keep him licensed for those 3 properties if there was a concern. 8 seemed to be a number that was a historical maximum for what the board has approved before. And so we talked about having Mr. Schutte, while Mr. Su still reports to Mr. Schutte, and that won't change, that we were comfortable leaving Mr. Su licensed, of course, overseeing those properties, and so that Mr. Schutte would be overseeing effectively as a key licensee and sort of the person to make the phone call for those 8. In addition, I would mention that many of our GMs at the existing properties are already licensed as well. Those licenses aren't being withdrawn, or because of the structure in Nevada, it's not that we know of anybody that's planning to retire or anything of that nature, and that doesn't go away. We've got really strong GMs across our company, in particular here in Nevada, that are familiar with the licensing process. A few of them had licenses pending for the new locations they were at. And that's kind of what brought about this idea that again, resources of the board and the staff in doing these investigations over and over, when we felt it was appropriate to shift from properties, we set it up that way. We set it up such that Mr. Schutte, while he still oversees all these properties, would be primarily key licensee for 8, and Mr. Su would be responsible for the 3 downtown properties, which have a lot of commonality and synergies.
Yeah, appreciate that. I big fan of efficiency, huge fan of getting rid of government red tape, but I personally, I want to hear from my fellow board members here. I don't know of any precedent for this. I may have to turn to the investigations division and ask them too, but it seems to me, as I mentioned earlier, it's a question of responsiveness. It's a question of compliance and speed of compliance. So I'll leave it with that and ask Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for any of these individuals?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Stratford, you mentioned that Mr. Su was going to continue to cover the downtown properties, right?
That's correct.
Do you think the proposed condition, as the language spells it out now, would require that? Or could you just change that at any moment?
So he's actually overseeing the 3 downtown properties, the Cal, Main Street Station, and Fremont. Those aren't the actual entities where we're requesting the license condition modification. But to directly answer your question, you raised an important point that I unfortunately missed. So thank you, which is we would continue to update the board as there's changes in the GM role as well. And of course, the board has the authority to, at any point in time, determine that one or all of our GMs should be licensed as there's new folks appointed. For the license condition piece of this, the reason for the change was those were entities that had been acquired by Boyd Gaming over time. So our understanding was those license conditions were specific to the way those entities were set up that we acquired. And the goal there was to make it more consistent with the other Boyd entities. And as it relates to the GM practice, as we were digging into this, we sort of said, is this what other companies are doing? Is this an appropriate use of the board's resources? And again, understanding that we would always update the board in the event of any GM change, and the board could always exercise authority to require those individuals to be licensed.
Okay.
I was going to add that basically it doesn't change legal requirements. There's still the GMs at all properties are key employees. License condition or not, board always has discretion to ask any GM, any key employee to file an application for licensure at any time. And so there's not any removal of any requirement or anything or so forth. We're just trying to sort of alleviate the burden of anyone having to file automatically at that level with Mr. Shooty in charge. But of course, if there's some board, some concern or something, they can always ask the board to have this person file as a key employee license. And that provision, that application of law is not being curtailed or removed at all with these applications before you today.
Are you open to other language that might potentially achieve the desired result?
Well, sure. The idea was that there were three, as Stratford mentioned, these three properties were acquired from other people, and they each had different license condition, same kind of general category, I guess you call it. And so we were trying to make across all three. These are only three LLCs Boyd Gaming owns that are casinos. The rest are all corporations. So the idea was to make the license condition consistent across all three by using the correct term of key executive as opposed to general manager or something else, which is what's referred to as the quote unquote key employee equivalent for LLCs, and that's a key executive. So that was the purpose of this language as proposed to make it consistent across all three with respect to that situation.
Ms. Stratford, you also mentioned that there's a historical maximum of 8. Is that in comparison, I mean, were those for non-restricted properties?
That is my understanding, although that was a fact that I learned sort of through discussions as we were exploring whether this was something the board might be open to. We had early conversations with Chief Hoffman, and that was where I learned that was the historical maximum that sort of might be a comfort level. And again, if that number needs to change, most of our GMs are already licensed, and so we're happy to evaluate that. In addition, as we were working through this process, I notified the board that because of Mr. Shooty's, there was a number of executive changes that occurred in late December for Boyd Gaming, including Mr. Bogich being named our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Shooty being promoted to an Executive Vice President. And so Mr. Bogich is going through the process of being licensed as well. So there are multiple layers of operational oversight for these properties that are being licensed as key executives.
Mr. Shooty, are you aware of the concerns related to audit?
I am, yes.
What are those concerns?
Timeliness of response, accuracy of reporting and records. Cassie and I have spoken and met numerous times, as well as the GMs and the directors of finance and the audit staff of each of the properties.
How are you involved in that process?
Through routine updates from Cassie and our compliance department. Michelle Rasmussen, who's our vice president of compliance, who reports to Cassie, keeps me well updated in any areas where we're perhaps falling short or need assistance or higher focus on. She's quickly communicating that to me, and I'm in turn working with the property leadership teams to ensure that we're being responsive and ensuring that we're correcting any deficiencies that may be found along the way.
From your perspective, what is the appropriate amount of time to be responsive to, when an audit is being performed?
I think it depends upon the level of information that's being requested in terms of how quickly it can be obtained, but it should be, as quickly as possible. There should not be an excuse or a reason for extended periods of time without excruciating circumstances. And I know that we've had some of those issues in the past, but from my understanding and the reports I've been getting back, those have been resolved.
Okay. And so you're not aware of any ongoing issues as it relates to responsiveness? My understanding is that the Joker's Wild interim contact just opened.
I haven't seen that particular issue for Joker's Wild at this point, but I will certainly follow up and check on it.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I kind of like to get Chief Hoffman's input on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll weigh in. I remember our meeting somewhat. I do remember having John Sue over 3 properties, and I do remember Mr. Schutte discussion having him over multiple properties, but I sure don't remember him being over 8 without somebody underneath him to kind of look after stuff. For some reason, I was thinking 5, but I could have been confused. And that's kind of what I envisioned was, you have a corporate structure where you have Mr. Schutte perhaps over 3 properties, or I was thinking 5, maybe 3. You keep John Sue over 3, and then you have somebody else to help look after things, another licensee in there looking after perhaps 3. The reason I'm going with 3 is I got some additional input from the audit division this morning, and because we were talking about the 5 properties at the most yesterday, and the input from audit was no, given some of the difficulties that they've been having, that they would not be comfortable with more than 3 properties under each licensee. And then they even mentioned that they've seen, this is an experienced person who's talked to me about it, they've seen that even when there's one licensee over 2 properties, there's some degradation in responsiveness and adherence to the regs from when there's one over each property. And I know you have some highly qualified licensed people already that help with that, that umbrella under Mr. Schutte.
Judge, follow up.
No, that's it. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Giordano, follow up.
Sure, Chairman, thank you. To re-amplify, the application before you today are twofold. One is to modify the condition that exists at 3 properties only with respect to making them consistent in this respect of key employees, what they're really called key executives there. Okay. Second thing is there are no conditions on any of the corporate licensee properties that are not before you here, the other 7, whatever, 8, that with respect to general key employees is being licensed as general managers. Generally speaking, what's happened there is that the board asked for someone to be filed an application as new GM. We notify the board as new GM there, which is the normal course, and then the board asks for an application. There's nothing here today that changes anything. I'm not asking for any changes there. So the board wants to continue having a, as a matter of effectuating policy by saying that as Chief Hoffman suggests that we're going to, still ask the general manager for other properties come forward and be filed for licensure. That's fine. That's within your prerogative and legal ability right now. And this isn't changing any of that. And then all we're asking today as well is that Mr. Stephen Schutte, with respect to the properties that he's not currently licensed at, the 3 listed here, the Main Street Station, the Fremont, and the California, that he be licensed at those 3 properties as well. So then he'll be licensed every single one of the 11 properties in the Las Vegas area. So those are the applications before you today. And but you respect to your concern about whether he's extended too thin and that you should have more some other people licensed different properties. Right now, they already are. There are a lot of people licensed as GMs at the other 7, 8 properties. Okay. But with respect to going forward, the board certainly retains the policy and ability and discretion to require general managers, as they change other properties, to file an application for licensure as in that case, as a key employee, because those are all corporations.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Eloquently stated, and appreciate your argument, but I am still challenged with our ability to get information in a timely manner, especially when there's multiple audits going on. And I certainly don't want to set up Mr. Schutte for failure by getting too many inbound calls. So let me ask this question. I'll ask this to you, Mr. Giordano, and you, Chief Hoffman. Is there a timing situation that this needs to be acted upon today and put before the commission this month? Or is this something that could be a little bit put back into the bakery and cooked a little bit further?
I'm not aware of any situation about that.
So Mr. Schutte's applications on these three properties, he's got the application in, so he's fulfilled the requirement of the regulation. Voting on it today doesn't seem to me would hurt anybody, except the fact that it may put us in a situation that we come back here in a few months and say, really, is this too much for Mr. Schutte? Or as you said, maybe we got to call forward GMs. And I don't want to be in a position of doing that if there's another opportunity to get together and try to fix this problem before we fully bake it.
You're correct. There's no expediency to have these applications passed forward to the commission today and voted on by the board. There's no time limits I'm aware of, any conditions or anything would violate if there was no someone licensed Mr. Schutte today, I'm sorry, this month, I did the month. So that's certainly the case. It can go back for further discussion. Absolutely. I would just also add, with respect to the different GMs, that's just what happens currently. There's a lot of GMs licensed currently, and they were talking about the other properties here in the Las Vegas area that have GMs, but just keep in mind that there is no condition with respect to them being licensed if a new GM changes. So the board right now, Chairman, I'm sorry if you think it's a burden, but right now the board is under, if they want to get that GM license, a new one, they ask for his application to be filed because there's no condition on the licenses of the other 7 properties in Las Vegas requiring that because they're corporations.
Yeah,
that either got that condition or LLCs and inherited that condition from the prior owners before Boyd acquired them.
I agree. And I agree that putting the term general manager in a condition may not work if the company changes the title and they're not calling somebody a general manager and we're calling somebody forward because the condition says that. That is a little bit too much government red tape. But Chief Hoffman, would this make sense if we were to refer this back and your team were to sit down with Mr. Giordano and Mr. Schutte and Mr. Stratford?
I think it would make sense. I think we've got some confusion here and some fine tuning. Yeah, we can work on, I mean, I understand how bind a condition with the word general or the phrase general manager is in it. But on the other hand, if you have key executive, that's just for an LLC. Whereas if you have a key employee, that can be broad interpreted to cover pretty much everything, including somebody like John Sue, who's a regional manager. So maybe we need to massage the conditions on these different properties and still stick to the goal of having the same condition for all of them, but with the latitude having the ability to have a regional manager over perhaps 3 properties, and you've already got some licensees here. You could figure out who to use for that, along with Mr. Sue and along with Mr. Schutte over perhaps 3. And yeah, we need to work this out. I apologize for misunderstanding the details of this. Our conversation was quite a while ago, and then I read this report on Saturday. So.
And if we had an opportunity to get back together with Boyd and investigations, we could try to figure out what you're talking about in terms of the LLC terminology and the corporation terminology and try to come to something that's more fully baked.
Yeah, something generic, apply to everything, whether it's an LLC or corporation. And we could even use conditions like we have on some of our other companies that have smaller properties, where we have a basic a condition that says a regional manager can only look after X number of properties. We could come up with something like that. I think this is unique in that these are big properties, and other ones where there is that regional manager condition, those are over much smaller operations. So we're getting into unique territory with somebody over this many large properties.
Any objection to that strategy, Mr. Giordano?
Not really. I was going to make a couple points, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Please.
One is kind of like the legal situation is that for someone's wisdom, the LLC statutes always talked about getting a key executive license, not a key employee.
Correct.
Everything else, there's key employees everywhere throughout the statutes and so forth. So in a sense, if you're going to put a condition on an LLC licensee, the proper word is key executive, not key employee. Okay. Second thing I was to suggest is that, with Mr. Schuette's application here, we're only asking he be licensed as a key executive. I'm sorry, should be really a key employee of these three properties in his title of Executive President Operations. And again, these are the three that Mr. Sue is already licensed for as general manager. So I don't see any downside possibly the board to go ahead and vote through Mr. Schuette's application for licensure as an additional level of license supervision over these three properties to the commission. And then you can refer back the application, modify conditions. So there's more discussion with staff about the policy about how we handle the conditions and so forth on licenses with respect to key executives / key employees. But again, I don't see any downside going forward. Mr. Schuette's application for licensure in his title at these three properties, then you have the comfort that he's licensed at all the properties going forward, no matter what happens with key employees, general managers, or whatever you want to call them.
I guess my question would be the detriment to referring both of the applications back. Mr. Schuette, I apologize, you'd have to come see me again, but other than that, Mr. Giordano, couldn't we bake both of these at the same oven at the same time?
You certainly could.
Yeah.
There's no particular downside, Mr. Schuette.
That's what I think, right?
But it's just the only downside would be having to come to appear again.
Apologies for that. And we will do our best to not have a 5.5 hour non-restricted agenda next time. But I think, and board members feel free to chime in, but seems to me that based on Chief Hoffman's comments, make a little more sense if we commit to you to get together and try to see what would make most sense for your company and still allow us to have compliance in as most timely manner as possible. Member Watkins, any questions, comments?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's the appropriate direction to go, especially in light of audit's concerns and Chief Hoffman's comments. And I would like to create a path forward that is both efficient for the company, but also maintains the level of compliance that that we're used to.
Judge, any comments?
I agree.
Okay, so we're going to refer back to staff with Chief Hoffman's understanding and his commitment to meet with you all to try to come up with something that's workable for your company, all of your properties, and the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission. Does that make sense, Mr. Giordano?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I don't believe we need a vote, do we, Mr. Solms?
No, you do not.
Okay, then we'll refer back item number 6. Appreciate you being here today. Appreciate you sitting through a very long morning and early afternoon agenda. And next time it comes back, we'll try to do our best to speed things up for you. Appreciate you both.
Nevertheless, we wanted to thank Gaming Control Board agent Ashley Burke for her work on the application. And unfortunately, it sounds like she has more work.
She created some more work for
We
her.
appreciate her efforts, though, and we'll enjoy working with her in the future as well, I guess.
Good. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 7.
Unrestricted number 7 is the application of Enrico Drago for finding of suitability as a director at International Game Technology PLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Watkins, Board Member Assad, Madam Secretary A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano, representing International Game Technology. Here before you is Mr. Enrico Drago. He's a director of the publicly traded company, as enumerated on the agenda, and he's coming before you for a finding of suitability as a director. As always, Mr. Drago is happy to give you a background overview if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Mr. Drago, pleasure to have you here. Please go ahead and introduce yourself for the record. Tell us a little bit about you and your role with the company.
Absolutely. I was born and raised in Italy a few years ago, 47 years ago, and I graduated business administration at Bocconi University in Milan. Then I moved to Spain, where I started to work in a beauty perfumery company. Then I got my MBA in Spain as well. And after that, I joined a company called Inditex, which is the company running Zara and other fashion brands. I've been with that company for 7 years until 2014, when I joined IGT at their Italian operations in Rome. I've been there for 3 years, basically overseeing all the different businesses of IGT, so running from lotteries to sports betting to iGaming to VLTs and machines. And in 2017, I moved here to the US to take over the back then so-called interactive business, which was just some digital business out of New Jersey back then and UK. And we had quite a good ride until when I left my CEO role a few weeks ago. And yeah, we grew both revenues and margin significantly, also thanks to the regulation of new jurisdictions such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and others, especially here in the United States. And that was the right time for me to move on. And again, they have operational roles at IGT, where I've been for 10 years, and moved to the board of director, where I will continue to support the future of the company, but from a different position. I'm also moving back to Italy with my family in 2 months, so it's kind of American adventure is over, at least as a resident. We'll continue to come over, but for different reasons, I would say.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you for your background. And as you stated, your role with the company has been changing. Hopefully we'll provide more time for you to spend with your family over in Italy, but happy to see that you'll be staying on with the board. You've been licensed in quite a number of gaming jurisdictions. I was surprised that this is the first time that you've been in front of Nevada's gaming regulators. That was just a timing issue, I assume, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Apparently timing today is a good thing. And by the way, I have no plans to retire.
Yeah. Good. No more retirements today. Yeah. Well, pleasure. I read through all the materials that our investigators put together, and based on your education, your experience, and of course your gaming history, I'm pleased to support your application today, and do appreciate you sitting through a very long morning and early afternoon agenda with us today.
No problem. Thank you.
Member Watkins, questions for Mr. Drago?
Good afternoon. I don't have questions or concerns related to your background. Everything looks good to me, and good luck when you move back to Italy.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You've been to my favorite places, Barcelona and Italy. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. I'm envious, but maybe on my next trip over there, I'll look you up in Milan.
I'm going to be there waiting for you.
Yeah, you have a very impressive resume, eminently qualified. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burnett. Anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your consideration.
Absolutely. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on non-restricted agenda item number 7, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you. Bring us to non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of John Lucas for finding of suitability as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Mr. Burnett.
Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with McDonald Carano here representing Seminole Hard Rock Holdings and Hard Rock entities in general. Before you is Mr. John Stephen Lucas. He's Chief Operating Officer, Executive VP, and Secretary, as the agenda reflects. As with Mr. Drago, he is more than happy to give you a background overview of himself if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Mr. Lucas, please go ahead and introduce yourself for the record and tell us a little bit about you and your role with Seminole.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and the staff. Thanks for allowing me to be here before you today and for the consideration of finding a suitability as a key executive. My name is John Lucas, John Stephen Lucas. I am Chief Operating Officer for Hard Rock International. To tell you a little bit about my background, while I started out in food and beverage and hotel and stumbled upon the casino business in 1984. Back then, to date myself, there was Nevada and there was Atlantic City, New Jersey. And certainly I've seen this industry grow incredibly and I'm proud to be a part of that growth. About 6 weeks into that first role that I had, which was in Atlantic City at the Sands Hotel and Casino, owned by Hollywood Casino Corporation and some predecessors of that company. I was there for a little, about 11 and a half years, started out as Director of Administrative and Support Services, worked my way up to VP of Hotel Operations and then Senior VP of Operations. About 6 weeks in, I recognized that I'd found my passion and knew that if I wanted to grow in the industry, I needed to learn the casino side. So I was fortunate to be with a smaller company that afforded me that opportunity and did a cross-training program. I still had to do my regular job, of course. Back then, 60, 70, 80-hour work weeks were pretty common, but I had the opportunity to cross-train and learn that side of the business. And certainly I feel very comfortable on the casino side as well as hotel and food and beverage. After 11 and a half years there, I went on to Ameristar to oversee construction, design, development, and construction and operation of a project in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Moved on from there to Prima Donna Resorts out in Las Vegas, where I was one of 2 vice president general managers over the 3 properties there. They restructured it from having a general manager at each property to divvying it up between 2 of us. Reported to the president, who was Chris Jabase at the time, and was there for about 4.5 years. And then MGM bought the properties. So I had an opportunity to join Caesars Entertainment, which at the time was Park Place Entertainment and subsequently took the name of Caesars Entertainment. I was there as the regional president in northern Mississippi with some shared oversight of the support services offices that were down in Gulfport, Mississippi. So I was there for just about 5 years. And then lo and behold, the largest gaming company in the world was purchased by Harrah's back in 2005. So I left there and had an opportunity in Biloxi, Mississippi with the IP Hotel Casino Resort, which was at the time called Imperial Palace. 6 weeks after I was there, lo and behold, Hurricane Katrina hit. So during the course of my career, there have been some interesting occurrences such as 9/11 and certainly some of the economic downturns that we've seen, but Katrina probably topped them all. It was an amazing experience. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but it was life-changing and certainly an amazing experience. The property, I was hired to pretty the property up so they could sell it. And the best thing, a silver lining of the hurricane was it enabled us to turn the property around quicker because things were destroyed. We had the least amount of damage of all the properties. That property was doing $5 million in EBITDA when I arrived, and we were the first to reopen, and we did $200 million, just under $200 million in EBITDA the first year after reopening. So we repositioned the property and changed it, changed the look, the feel, and then we've ultimately sold it. at which point, after some exploring of opportunities with some backers that didn't work out, Jim Allen, who I knew from 1984 when in Atlantic City, he and I had stayed in touch over the years, and this was the fourth go around about maybe working together. And he called me and asked me to go to Cleveland or Northfield, Ohio, which is a suburb of Cleveland, to design and develop and build a new property there. When people lay out a plan for you, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Plan was get it up and running, knock it out of the park was his quote, and find your successor, and then you'll move into a corporate role to help us grow the hotels and casinos division and not be so dependent on the cafes and the restaurant world. And obviously you can make a little bit more money in a casino than you can in a cafe. And certainly, when the tribe bought the company back in 2007, beginning of the economic downturn certainly had an impact on casual dining. And so the idea to ultimately diversify the portfolio with hotels and casinos seemed like a pretty good direction. So I did, in fact, in 2 years from that point in time, had identified my successor, moved into an executive vice president role, was in that role for 2 years, overseeing hotels and casinos, and then moved into the chief operating officer role in 2017, where we closed our office in Orlando and consolidated offices down in South Florida. So I've been with Hard Rock a little over 11 years, starting on my 12th year with them. And we've seen an amazing amount of growth. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Extremely impressive background in the gaming industry. You've obviously been licensed, been involved in the industry for a number of years. First time being licensed by Nevada's gaming regulators. So happy to have you in front of us today. Happy to hear what you've done with the Hard Rock and hopefully what you'll continue to do. Based on your experience, I have no problem and very pleased supporting your application today. Appreciate it. Member Watkins.
First and foremost, congratulations on your extensive and very successful career in the casino and hotel industry. And thank you for sharing all that you just presented to us. That was very thorough. Appreciate it. You mentioned in your presentation that you stumbled upon a casino business in 1984. You mind sharing that story with us?
I was actually kind of ironic because it's what I do now, but I was traveling all the time. I was doing some consulting work for hotels and restaurants and on the road all the time. And it just grew old after about 6 years of that. So I answered a blind ad. I didn't even know it was for a casino. And my wife at the time, who's now my ex-wife, didn't give me the message because she said, I don't want to move to Las Vegas. And it was for a 609 area code because she wasn't from New Jersey, so she didn't recognize the area code. So I really stumbled upon it. And my mentor in the business, Gary Saunders, who hired me, he understood travel because he had done it himself. And he said, the interview went well. He said, go take a break and we'll get a second interview. I'll call some people in. It was a Saturday. And the rest is history. Just stumbled upon it and wouldn't trade it for anything. I tell my kids all the time, I hope you're as lucky as me to one day find something that you enjoy doing, a job or a career where you wake up every day and look forward to going to work.
Absolutely. I agree completely. Well, thank you for sharing that story with us, and I have no problem supporting your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Welcome. Good to see you here this afternoon. Sorry it took so long to get to your case, but lawyers get paid by the word, so.
That's right.
Don't blame us. Blame the lawyers. Right? Yeah. Best for last. Your reputation, your resume, it's stellar. Excellent. Congratulations on a brilliant career in the gaming industry. If you wouldn't mind, could you share a little bit, if you can, about what's going to happen with the Mirage?
Well, I know everybody's looking for a date, and unfortunately, we're just not there yet. I will say this, that we are working diligently behind the scenes. It's not like we're not doing anything. Mm-hmm. As everybody knows, capital markets are challenging right now, escalating cost of construction. Mm-hmm. So trying to balance that and get the right financing in place and what the formula is from a scope and a spending standpoint, is taking us a little bit more time than we would like, but it's not something we want to rush. But I can assure you, we will build an amazing first-class facility. That's what we do as a company. If you look at all of our projects throughout the country and soon out around the world, as we're under construction in Athens, Greece now, you'll see that we build first-class facilities. It's something that the commission and the board and the state of Nevada would be very proud of.
Great, thank you for that. And then in Florida, you're in, they have gaming in Tampa and Miami, or could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. They're under the SGA umbrella. There's 6 properties down in Florida. The Tampa property and the Hollywood property are actually technically licensees of the brand Hard. And then there are 4 other properties. One is in Coconut Creek, another one in Brighton, another one in Immokalee. Tampa and Hollywood are they're all very successful, but those 2 are some of the busiest casinos and most successful casinos in the country.
And are you up to speed at all on the, excuse me, the West Flagler lawsuit with the Seminole tribe?
Certainly not as up to speed as my boss is, our chairman and CEO, Jim Allen, but certainly I'm aware of it, and we feel that we have a pretty solid position.
I believe it's pending before the U.S. Supreme Court.
That's correct.
On and have they asked for briefs? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, great. That's all I have. I'm more than happy to support this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank Mark Robertson. It was great to work with him. Also remiss on the previous item regarding Ashland. Thank you for your consideration.
Very good. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be glad to do that. I would move for recommending approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you for being here all morning and early afternoon with us.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Madam Secretary, I believe we are calendared for our restricted agenda to start at 1:30, which was 15 minutes ago. But I'm guessing that the board members and staff are looking to get a little lunch. So why don't we, Mr. Solms, do we actually have to start the 1:30 agenda because it was calendared for 1:30 and then recess?
No, you can set a time certain.
Okay, let's go ahead then, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock and we will take our restricted agenda. So we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Great idea.
Thank you. All right, we are back on the record for our 1:30 agenda. Apologies for everyone for us starting 37 minutes late today. Chief Hoffman and I try to usually guess at what these things take, and sometimes it's a little more art than science. So appreciate all your patience, and we will start with our 1:30 restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, I believe we're going to be starting with our consent agenda, correct?
Correct.
Please go ahead and read that in the record.
Restricted number 4 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K Store number 2709555 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Red Apple Liquor for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Big Chicken for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And these items that are on our consent agenda have gone through a thorough background investigation by board agents. They've worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items. Reports have been submitted and reviewed by board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations. Because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of the items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on restricted items 4, 5, and 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Is there any conditions on any of those?
4, we have 1, and 5, we have 1. 7, we don't have 1. Number 4 reads, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. With respect to item number 5, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
All right. Any questions or discussions by board members?
None for me.
None for me.
All right. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Dolce Santa Croce for temporary licensure as a personal representative of the estate Joseph Arthur Donato, as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of R&R Convenience Inc. for a transfer of interest, as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of the Joseph A. Donato Trust and the Santa Croce Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company and finding of suitability of Dolce Santa Croce as trustee and beneficiary, as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the Joseph A. Donato Trust and the Santa Croce Gaming Trust for licensure as a shareholder, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with the applicant, Mrs. Santa Croce. And because of the number of applications, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to give a little bit of background information, go over each of the applications, and then we'd be here to answer any questions that you have.
That'd be helpful. We've gone through all the materials, and I think we understand the steps that are being taken, but if you want to walk us through that for the record, it'd be appreciated.
Very good. So before going over each of the applications, I'd like to begin by explaining the 8.020 violation that was self-reported at the time of filing the application. August 29th, 2022, Mr. Donato, which no relation to me that I'm aware of, passed away. The decedent was a 12.5% interest holder in the gaming licensee. On August 15th of 2022, a couple of weeks prior to the passing of the decedent, he transferred his interest in the company to his gaming trust in an effort to get all his affairs in order. The transfer of the decedent's trust was the transfer to the decedent's trust was the violation of 8.020, and it was never approved by the NGC. It's my understanding, however, the transfer was completed without the knowledge of any of the principals of the company. They didn't find out until after the application was submitted. We working on these applications that this transfer occurred. And after the transfer of the decedent's trust was in no way a willful violation, but rather an inadvertent error that was made upon the decedent and trying to get his affairs in. It's important to note that all distributions that would have went to the decedent or his estate are currently being held by the company. As a result, and in compliance with Reg 5.050, the licensed gaming establishment has not shared any profits of the license gained with any person who has not been approved to do so. Since the transfer to the decedent's trust was never approved by the NGC, Mrs. Santa Croce had to open a probate case, which she had to be appointed as the personal representative of the estate. That brings us to application number 1, which is a request for temporary licensure of Mrs. Santa Croce as the personal representative of the estate. Application number 2 is a cleanup item, which is a request to approve for a moment in time the transfer of 12.50% interest in the company from the decedent's estate to the decedent's trust. In addition, the application includes a request for registration for a moment in time of the decedent's trust as a holding company and licensure as a shareholder, and also finding the suitability of Mrs. Santa Croce as the trustee and beneficiary of the decedent's trust. Application number 3 is a request to approve for a moment in time the transfer of 12.5% interest in the company from the decedent's trust to Mrs. Santa Croce. As previously stated, Mrs. Santa Croce is currently a 12.5% shareholder herself of the gaming licensee. Therefore, the transfer contemplated under application number 3 would result in Mrs. Santa Croce becoming a 25% shareholder of the gaming licensee. Application number 4 is the final application, which is a request to approve a 25% transfer of interest in the company to Mrs. Santa Croce's gaming trust. In addition, the application includes a request for the registration of Mrs. Santa Croce Gaming Trust as a holding company and as a shareholder of the gaming licensee, together with the finding of suitability of Mrs. Santa Croce as the trustee and beneficiary of her gaming trust. In light of what transpired with the passing of the decedent and for estate planning purposes, I do want to disclose that we are currently working on applications for the other 2 principals of the company to transfer their interest in the company to their gaming trust. That concludes my affirmative presentation, and we are here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Appreciate you putting that all in the record and very eloquently done. Ms. Santa Croce, first of all, my condolences on the loss of your husband. As you know, Nevada has a very strict gaming policy, and it's important for us to know who licensees are, but in my mind, we also have to balance that with the realities of things that happen, sad events such as what happened in your life. And my understanding is that you did notify the Gaming Control Board within the 30 days, but our regulations actually require that you file an application within 30 days. And I'm sure that's probably the last thing you're thinking about at such a tragic time in your life and your family's life. So personally, for me, I would consider that a foot fault more than anything significant. So I do appreciate you at that time notifying the board, and certainly through you and Mr. Donato cooperating with our investigators. I agree that the transfers make sense, Mr. Donato. I agree that there is a few moments in time. So just for the record, I want to lay out a couple of things here. You will confirm, Ms. Santa Croce, that you will remain as a passive investor, correct? You will not be involved in the operation of the company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you. And for the record also, your attorney probably has explained to you that the Joseph A. Donato Trust doesn't contain what we usually call gaming language, which saves us from some of these issues we have today. But because that trust is only going to hold the interest for, as Mr. Donato stated, a moment in time, I would ask you to agree that that transfer is going to happen immediately, correct?
I hope so.
I hope you do too. And so there won't be any time other than a millisecond, basically, that the Joseph A. Donato Trust holds the interest and then it moves over. And Mr. Donato, is that your understanding as well?
That is correct. Upon the NGC's approval, if that's what happens, and we will work diligently with the estate planning attorney to get that transferred as quickly as possible and provide that documentation.
Great. Appreciate that. Also, commend you on getting a gaming trust in place for yourself. It'll solve some future issues so that you don't have to go through probate and some of that timing. And Mr. Donato, I'm happy to hear that the other members are doing that as well. Any chance I get to encourage people to have a gaming trust, I always take it. So thank you for recognizing that. Member Watkins, do you have questions?
No questions, just comments. Good afternoon. And I'd like to also offer my condolences on the loss of your husband. I understand that there was the unauthorized transfer in addition to the late filing, but given the situation, I would not hold that against you. And I don't think there was any intent on your part. You did notify the board, so I don't have any further concerns.
Thank you.
Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm very sorry for the loss of your husband. I echo the comments of my fellow board members here as well on that. I grew up in an Italian neighborhood, more or less, in Boston. And is it Santa Croce?
Santa Croce.
Okay, there you go. Because I never heard of Santa Croce.
Sweet
heard
Holy
it.
Cross.
What's that?
Sweet Holy Cross.
There you go. Santa Croce.
Oh,
We got it. Okay,
Croce.
great. Well, everything looks to be in order now. It's just a minor glitch that happens. The main thing is you did notify the board within the 30 days, and you have a good attorney now well, he's not an attorney, representative.
Agent.
Enrolled agent.
Goodness.
Should be an attorney. Go get your license at
Yeah.
Boyd Law School. What are you doing?
Good.
You're better than some of the lawyers that come before us.
I appreciate those kind words.
So, but anyways, I'm in full support of your application.
And for clarification purposes, I just want to put on the record that there's been mention to her husband, and it's actually her ex-husband.
Ex-husband. Okay.
It's for clarification.
Yep. Thank you for clearing that up for the record. And also, Ms. Santa Croce, understand that you were licensed by the commission only back June of 21, so have no problem with you having an increased interest in this particular property.
Thank you.
Great. If there aren't any other questions, or Mr. Donato, if you need to add anything else, we'll go ahead and call for a motion.
The only other thing I would like to do is to thank Agent Lombardo, Senior Agent Lombardo, for all his hard work in sorting through these applications and for his extreme professionalism during this process.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion then on restricted item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. With respect to that item number 1, restricted, I would move that we recommend approval to the Gaming Commission on that particular item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here and good luck to you.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a
Thank you.
wonderful day.
Thank you. Bring us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Nevada Works LLC doing business as Nevada Works for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Jason Taylor for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here with the applicant. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, just give a brief overview of the application, give opportunity to give the applicant to give some information about himself, and then we'll be here to answer any questions you may have.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The location is an existing brew pub with a restaurant known as Nevada Brew Works that currently does not have any gaming. If approved, the restricted gaming license for the business would be held by the business operator, Nevada Brew Works LLC. The applicant opened the business on or about September of 2020 and now desires to add restricted gaming to the location that would have 5 machines. Although the applicant is applying to hold the restricted gaming license for the location, the applicant has entered into a participation agreement with Sartini Gaming to be the SRO. In addition, the applicant has registered to attend the restricted licensee compliance seminar on May 7th of 2024. And with that information, I'd like to have the applicant provide some background about himself.
Please state your name, spell your last name for the record. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you plan to do with this property.
Sure. Hello, my name's Jason Taylor, last name Taylor, Taylor. Thanks for having me today and accepting our application so I can stand before you, Mr. Chairman and members. I grew up in Indiana, West Lafayette, Indiana. Pretty traditional upbringing. Attended Purdue University. It was during the day that I got my education in science, building construction management, and construction engineering was my degree, but it was at night when I worked as a bartender and also as a server, that I sort of got my hospitality legs underneath me and got the love, I guess you could say, for hospitality. After that, I graduated and did take a job in engineering. I worked as a project engineer in California. We built out a patient tower for Children's Hospital that was in West Hollywood. After that, in 2009, I was caught up in the Great Recession. I moved to Las Vegas, never really looked back after that. I worked as a project manager for a few different companies in the electrical construction field. In 2013, I left and went to a company called Autonomy Technology, where we sold switchgear. We did a couple of pretty high-profile projects here in town. You may have heard of Downtown Summerlin, T-Mobile Arena. We did all the medium voltage switchgear for that job. In 2017, we spun off a new company called Power Assemblies, in which I was the general manager of. And at Power Assemblies, it was really where I sort of gained my finance legs. And soon after that, I decided that it was time for us to open our own business. My wife, Lauren, and I, who did meet at Purdue University, we've been married almost 10 years. We started Nevada Brewworks in fall of 2018 and started construction in 2020, just in time for the slowdown to stop. We did start in January. We stopped in March, of course. We did resume construction in July. We opened the doors in September of 2020. Nevada Brewworks is a local family-friendly pub. We're a brew pub. We brew beer right there on site. We really make our mark, though, on burgers and pizza, wings, the food that's right there. The large patio. We are in the Arts District, right on the edge of the Arts District in the Gateway District on Main Street there. And we've sort of become, I'd like to believe, one of the main hubs kind of down there and the, revitalization, if you will, of that area. I also started the Ariana Rye Foundation in 2020. My wife and I serve on the board, and I act as the executive director for that. We help other disabled children get medical equipment. My daughter, Ariana Rye, was 7 years old. She did pass recently. More recent than I'd like to discuss at this meeting, but we like to sort of keep her name in honor with the Ariana Rye Foundation. We hold a lot of events at the brewery in her name to help raise the funds. Most of the money that's donated comes from Nevada Brewworks. Different events that we hold. We do have a beer that's named after her as well. And so that's been a big part of what we've been doing over the last 4 years, not only sort of running our own business now, but also trying to give back to our community and help some of these other disabled families in financial hardship and some of the things that we've learned about the difficulties of getting the equipment that they need through the insurance company.
Pleasure having you here with us today, and very sorry to hear about your daughter. My condolences on that, and commendable on what you're doing for others in a similar situation and keeping your daughter's memory alive. So you should be very proud of that.
Thank you.
As far as your application, happy to see that you're up and running now. It took a while to get there, and having some gaming, 5 bar tops makes sense for a location that size. Through your background, you acknowledge that you had some issues as a younger man, but that was quite a while ago, and nothing's happened since then, and nothing's going to happen in the future, I take it, correct?
That's correct.
Good, wonderful. You plan to have live entertainment, or do you have live entertainment now?
We rarely have live entertainment. We do a DJ, typically on First Friday, which is sort of the local party down there in the Arts District. Very few and far between. We've done maybe an acoustic set on the patio. Nothing's ever had a cover charge of any kind. It's just kind of ancillary music for people to listen to.
And you got to my next question, which is you never charge a cover in order to hear the live entertainment, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that if you did, that there are different scenarios, could be tax issues, but primarily you would have to let anybody who wants to play the gaming to come in without paying the cover charge. I assume Mr. Nados explained that.
Yes, that's understood.
And the easiest way to do it is not charge a cover. Wonderful. Well, again, pleasure to have you here. Glad to hear that you're helping the Arts District. Again, my condolences to you and your family on your daughter, but very proud to see what you're doing for others, and I'm happy to support your application. Member Watkins.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I would also like to offer my condolences on the loss of your daughter and say what great work you've done or you're doing in her honor. Um, you're engaging in a participation agreement at this time. Is
That's
that
correct. Golden
Okay.
Gaming.
Okay.
There is for clarification, there is a contract signed, but there's no gaming being conducted on the property right now. It wouldn't take effect until commission's approval, and then it would go into effect.
Mm-hmm. There'll be 5 bar top machines.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any questions or concerns related to your applications. You've acknowledged the difficulties in the past and committed to not making those mistakes in the future. And um, that's the expectation of the board as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. It's very commendable what you're doing with providing other families in need with medical equipment for their children. So that's really a good thing. And when you give of yourself like that, you really get so much in return. So thank you for that. And sorry for your loss. The application is rock solid, nothing here out of the ordinary. There are no concerns, no issues. A shout out to Senior Agent Katie Jones for doing a great job. And I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
And Mr. Donato, you obviously have seen the condition that's proposed about attending the completion of a regulatory compliance seminar. And I believe you stated that Mr. Taylor, you are signed up for our next restricted licensee compliance seminar on May 7th. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Good. And you have no questions about the condition on the license?
We do not.
Great. All right. Look forward to having you at that seminar next week. If there's no other questions or comments or anything else from you, Mr. Donato, I would entertain a motion.
The only thing I have is to thank Senior Agent Jones for all her work on the application.
Thank you. Judge, do you have a motion?
Yes, sir. With respect to restricted agenda item number 2, I recommend that we recommend approval to the Gaming Commission on that item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the following condition that the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bring us to restricted number 3, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 3 are the applications of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming for a restricted gaming license as noted on the agenda and in the exhibit to the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shields.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members and Madam Secretary. Dwayne Shields, Shortline Gaming, as well as Shortline Express Markets. And we are here today in the effort to take our operating stores that currently have their participation agreements and bring them into all under one house, which is under our Shortline Gaming route operations. And our primary reasoning for that is multifold, that for estate, if we do any estate planning purposes with the operating companies, it would have the gaming all under the one house, and we can make moves within that area. Or as well as if we were ever to propose a sale with the operating stores, we wouldn't want to have to wait a 11-month processing time to get through the gaming approval process. And we currently have part of our locations already under the route operations anyhow. So it's an effort just to streamline things and get things taken care of now while we can.
Thank you for putting that on the record. And you went through the questions I have, which is what's the idea here and what do you accomplish? So good for you for streamlining operations and also good for us on helping from a regulatory standpoint. As I stated earlier, I always encourage and commend anybody who's thinking about estate planning. Getting in front of it early is always easier for you as well as for us. So thank you for doing that. You have several of these locations that either have 5 or 6 machines, but you're taking them all to 7. Is there a reason why they don't have all 7 today?
Well, they all did start with 7 machines. And then during the pandemic times, because of space, we were forced to somewhat remove some machines. And so now that we've gotten past that time, we want the ability to go back to if we want to have 7 machines and not limit ourselves to that. But they all had 7 and were approved originally for 7, and we would just like to get it back to that level again.
Gotcha. Appreciate you explaining that. Those machines, are those currently in your inventory? Just something you have for the slot route?
Yes, that's correct.
Understood. Great. Thank
And
you
I'd
very
like
much.
to also thank our agent, Armand Martisan. She did a great job as far as getting us through this process.
Great. Appreciate you doing that for the record. Member Watkins, do you have questions or comments?
I do not have questions or comments. This makes sense to me.
Great. Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions, very straightforward application. Agent Marta Rosian did a great job, so shout out to her. And more than happy to support this application.
And it's my understanding that some of these locations probably already have standard conditions for surveillance and all. So you understand that although we may not condition this application today, any of the other conditions that remain on the license would still be in effect. That's understood?
Yes, we understand that.
Great. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted number 3.
Yes, sir. With respect to with respect to restricted item number 3, move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Appreciate you being here today. Restricted number 4 and restricted number 5 were on our consent agenda, Madam Secretary, bringing us to restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6 is the application of United Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Liquor Box for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cornine. Tell us where we are today.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. I'm here today to request withdrawal of the application as read into the record by Madam Secretary. And the reason for the withdrawal is on April 17th, the City Council voted to deny our special use permit for this location. The reasons primarily being that there was a lot of people from the neighborhood that were protesting additional gaming in the area. So they voted to deny our application.
Have you seen where a city municipality has voted before the commission voted? Was it because of the special use permit?
It was all about the special use permit, yes.
Gotcha.
It hadn't actually gone in front of the council.
Understood. Gotcha. Thank you very much for explaining that. I know you spent a lot of time on this, so appreciate your work on it.
This was definitely a difficult application.
It took a while, but we're here and certainly want to respect the wishes of the city and obviously the neighbors in that area. So I have no problem entertaining a motion for withdrawal of the application without prejudice.
Thank you.
Judge, do you want to make that motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move that I would make a motion that we accept the request to withdraw this application.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye.
Thank you much. Appreciate it. And I also want to thank Agent Lombardo for his work on this application.
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting for us today.
It's all very entertaining all day long.
Good. Glad to hear it. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Bringing us to restricted number, well, we had 7 on consent, so we're on restricted number 8. We don't even have an 8, do we? Look at that. Good job, Madam Secretary. We got through it. That brings us to our patron dispute. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, read that into the record.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. That item is Pill Aldridge versus Red Dragon Sports Bar, number 143, case number 23LV00937. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner as well as all of the exhibits, and I did not have any questions or comments. I want to confirm for the record that my fellow board members also reviewed the hearing examiner's recommendation, reviewed all the exhibits, and don't have any questions or need to provide any discussion regarding the recommendation of the hearing examiner. Member Watkins.
That's accurate, Chair. I've had an opportunity to review the recommendation and the exhibits, and I don't have any further discussion.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
That's correct.
All right, then I would entertain a motion regarding this matter.
I would move that we accept the hearing officer's recommendation as stated by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us to our second public comment section, Madam Secretary.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count as the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this afternoon? Seeing none, let's go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this afternoon? Seeing no one, that will conclude the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of May 2024. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We are adjourned.